Warning. This video contains super awesome content not suitable for people who don't enjoy super awesomeness. Viewer discretion advised.
Welcome to Viewer's Choice. Your selection is about to begin. But first, take a look at what else is this week.
Hey, dudes, inviting you to travel through time. First stop, a long layover at the video store.
Bogus.
Wait, you've got Viewer's Choice.
Excellent.
Hello, you rotten little bloodsuckers.
America's most popular now. Get extra value. $12.50 cash back.
Rise and shine, Mr. Freeman. Rise and shine.
I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. What? Say what again?
Let's get out of here! Like now!
When life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad! I don't want your damn lemons! What am I supposed to be? Demand to see life's manager. Make life rue the day and thought it could give Cave Johnson lemons. Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down with the lemons.
Broadcast our pirate signal of packaging emotions.
Welcome to the Nebuchadnezzar with your host, Anesto Morado, the double-headed coin, and your co-host, Pablo Morado, the Thunderbolt. Together, we are the Pyramid Podcast.
Have a nice day.
The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
So, how was your holiday, Mr. Morado?
Oh, it was great. It was fantastic.
We had a good time.
Yeah, it was a good time. A lot of emotional ups and downs, of course, because for those of you who are listening, I had we had lost a few members of our family, and it's just a little tough, It was the first holiday without them, so it was an emotional roller coaster a little bit. But other than that, it was pretty cool.
Christmas always is an emotional roller coaster. So I want to wish happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Kwanzaa, Hanukkah, all those good holidays to everybody.
That's right.
And that's it. 2022, as strange as it was, is coming to an end. So I suggested to Mr. Pablo that today we do sort of like a hodgepodge show where we're gonna do like a year in review of all the strange of all the strange things that we've unpacked here, and think there is not ever. And it's still strange because I just got a news flash where China just sent, and I'll tell you right now, I put it in the Trello, sent ships and warplanes toward Taiwan.
Oh man. Let me see here.
believe it's on the current events.
Yes, I see. Hold on here. Things are still loading. 1 second.
So things are heating up on the China front as China still is trying to acquire, by any means necessary, the territory of Taiwan.
So let's see here. I'm not seeing it. You said it's in the current events. I don't see it
I'm
here.
seeing it right now. China sends 71 warplanes, 7 ships towards Taiwan.
Let me see here. Maybe okay, over here.
So I'll do a little reading for you while Mr. Pablo locates it. Taipei, Taiwan. China's military sent 71 planes and 7 ships toward Taiwan in a 24-hour display of force directed at the island. Taiwan's defense ministry said Monday after China expressed anger at Taiwan related provisions in a recently approved U.S. annual defense spending bill. China's military harassment of self-ruled Taiwan, which it claims is its own territory, has intensified in years, and the Communist Party's People Liberation Army has sent planes and or ships toward the island on a near daily basis. Okay, so as you can see, it's still heating up and the year is not over.
Yeah, so it's still heating up. There's a lot of things, and for those of you who are listening, I have some interesting things coming out for the future. I got some pretty cool some new things, some new value, some video related things that I'm going to be bringing onto the cast. So that being said, we got some new things coming into the new year, things to look forward to. And we've come a long way this year. I mean, we're now 29 episodes in. Can you believe it?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be fascinating to our viewers if they go back to the original episode.
Yeah, to the first one. As a matter of fact, would you like to see a preview of the first one?
Yeah, why not? Let's unpack this.
All right. Let's go to our first ever episode. Bring this up. Now, as this loads up here, you said you wanted to clear out the Trello.
Yeah, we have a lot of stuff in there that, you know, due to our ramblings and, you know, explanations, and we go in deep and we just don't get into a lot of interesting stuff that's in here.
Yeah, I mean, we have so many things, and we haven't even gotten to submissions yet, because that's what we're really hoping for. You know, people, the viewers, you out there, we really hope for you guys to be submitting things.
Yeah, I mean, that's the end goal, you know.
That's right. That's the end goal, you know, to have some input from you guys out there. So that being said, I'm still sourcing out our first ever video here. Just give me another second. It's just well, here we go. Here's our first ever clip here.
Oh my god, I'm cringing.
Don't cringe. Everybody starts somewhere. Let's see.
Now, I'm absolutely not in Putin's camp, because Putin is the equivalent of Lex Luthor.
Yes, you should be prosecuted.
Get something done that holds near and dear to you, that you like to be able to.
they were gonna try to jack him. They're gonna jack him.
So he sprayed gas on them.
Yeah, we sprayed. And I go, he just wasted $50. How much? Boom, boom.
And then, now
Remember that?
now I get a different perspective.
That little girl's a badass.
That was our first ever episode. A little review.
We didn't even have a studio then. We were doing this. You were in what, 2 states away?
Yeah, that's right. I was 2 states away. Now we're together in the studio. And this Christmas we got a little donation to the cast. We got a nice little piece of artwork behind me.
Oh yeah, we got the colonial flag.
That's right. So now we can represent our nation here in the Nebuchadnezzar.
Yes, absolutely.
So that being said, let's how you said you want to do it, lightning round. So let's get through it. We're in the first segment. We got current events. We discussed about the 71 warships. So let's archive that one and let's keep going. Let's see how many topics we can get in the first segment here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it says here we got Lyndon Johnson control the weather. Let's see what we got here.
Okay, this is an interesting clip. This is
Mm-hmm.
and his statement is kind of interesting.
Okay.
Because this was done Lyndon B. Johnson about we're in 2022, almost 70 years ago, 60 to 70 years ago.
Wow, what a long time.
So play the clip and then we're gonna the reason for the clip being there anyway.
All right, here we go.
As a result, I think the people in the country support it. And that message calls for new frontiers, new visions. It calls for us taking the steps now that will make us no longer second in space and in science. It lays the predicate and the foundation for a space communication satellite that will permit the people of the world to see one television program at the same time throughout the world.
Wow.
Think about that kind of communication and think about the opportunity that will provide. It lays the predicate and the foundation for the development of a weather satellite.
Here we go.
That will permit man to determine the world's cloud layer and ultimately to control the weather, and he who controls the weather will control the world.
Boom, right there. That's what the clip is there for. So Lyndon Johnson in 1962, which is, wow, 1962, 70, 80, 90, 2000, 2010, 40 years to the day. No, more than 40 years. 60 years to the day. Was giving you a synopsis of why do we need satellites in the air? Because he who controls the weather controls the world. And then we enter the world.
The world of DARPA.
Yes, DARPA.
So we got DARPA. That's what's the acronym for DARPA again?
Oh, that's a good one. Research it right there with our audience.
All right. No. I believe is a Department of Defense or something. Let's see. Consulting the Library of Alexandria over here.
Yeah, no doubt.
The Defense Advanced Research Project Agency.
Yes. And through this agency, there's a lot of rumors that they have certain things in place
Okay.
to control the weather.
Hmm. So, in terms of controlling the weather, what exactly do they control?
Well, basically, they can make it snow when they wanted to. They can stop snow when they
Mm.
want to, create hurricanes when they want to,
Hmm.
eliminate hurricanes where they want when they want to. But
But how
these
much of that control, right? How much do they really have control? Because let's say you create a hurricane, right? You control the weather, right? So you create a hurricane. How much of that has an effect after like an after effect, like a byproduct of?
herein lies
Because you might.
the problem of that
Mm,
certain technology. It's like when you take a medication
mm,
and you get the warning at the end,
right. Well, it's
the
funny.
disclaimer.
It's funny that you mentioned DARPA because DARPA is involved in a lot of things.
Oh yeah.
They're involved in, and I mean, I can look it up, but that will take us away from the subject of weather patterns. But I believe DARPA has something even to do with the mRNA vaccinations.
They got their grubby hands in everything.
Mhm.
They even have um supposedly, because these are all rumors,
Mm,
they even have like robot technology where they would deploy these humanoid looking robots to patrol. So remember what's the name of that movie? Joppy? Was it Joppy?
Chappie?
Chappie.
Okay.
They have machines sort of like Chappie ready for deployment.
Mm.
But
That's crazy because if that's the case, I mean, I heard, yeah, I mean, you heard about the robots with guns that they just recently.
yeah, they want to use them to deploy in cases of these massive shootings.
Mhm. Well, I guess in that case, you might. There's no harm there. I mean, worst case scenario, they shoot a robot, right?
Depending if the robot doesn't go rogue and doesn't
Mm,
understand who's the bad guy, who's the good guy.
mm.
Understand?
Yeah, that's true. I don't know because like I know for certain that because if you guys are in the East Coast, you might have heard of Stop and Shop, which is a popular supermarket chain, and that chain happens to have a little robot surveillance guy that you know combs the
A
aisles.
little robot. This
Huge,
thing's
huge,
huge.
huge robot with gigantic googly eyes and very creepy, very, very creepy and very eerie. So I
Yes,
can
it
only
is.
imagine that with a gun attached to it. That must be like super scary. That reminds me of um uh one of these games that I would play called Portal, where they would have these little um robots that had guns attached to it, and they get inactivated for certain, like they're like laser activated or motion activated or whatever. And it's just like watching that, then I thought that would never happen. Like I thought that
Never
would
say never.
I thought that was fiction.
Because you know how they say um art imitates life, life imitates art. And
Hmm.
it's funny that we're doing this. We're talking about robots and stuff. I just spent all morning looking at old RoboCop movies.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So like in the latest version of RoboCop, the reason that they wanted Murphy is because the people were not ready for a totally sentient machine to patrol their neighborhoods. They wanted somebody at least with a conscience.
Mm.
And this is where Murphy comes in. But then Murphy had the what makes us human, decision making. You know, where okay, he's this bad guy has these people hostage. You know, how do I navigate this so that the hostage doesn't get hurt?
Mm-hmm.
The sentient without consciousness just takes action and just shoots the bad guy, even though he has a hostage. So, you know, I don't think that we're so much ready for robots per se as of yet. We haven't warmed up to them yet, unless they're cuddly ones like the one in the Stop It Shop. At least they try to make it cuddly.
I don't know. It doesn't feel very cuddly to me. So this is the robot I was talking about that, you know, they have in that video game that, you know, patrols certain levels in this game. But, you know, watching that, I never thought like I would see something like that. You see how like it shoots you and it has like a laser sight or whatever.
Uh-huh.
And now it seems like this is coming closer and closer to reality.
Well, then there's also the robot, which to me makes sense. The robot in Interstellar.
The tar.
Yeah. You know, that robot, you know, it kind of goes against of our picture of what sort of a sentient robot would be. But it had personality.
Yeah, well, they programmed was it sarcasm
into it. So that way we can more identify with it.
Well, I mean, this year we found out through a Google engineer that, you know, their Lambda project was you know, he believed that it was becoming sentient and could actually, you know, be, you know, like that TARS robot, you know, give responses in that nature. I mean, granted, it was only text, but, you know, that it could, you know, give those sorts of responses just like the robot to a point where, you know, you can almost forget that you're talking to a robot like they were when they were talking with TARS, you know, whatever TAR, whatever.
Right.
That, you know, they regarded him like a living entity almost, like.
Yeah, they even towards the end of the movie, they even had to spoiler alert. They had to sacrifice him to go into the gargantuan black hole.
Right.
And they were sad. I mean, at least the girl was sad.
Yeah, I mean, you get attached to certain things, and
I remember my first attachment to a sentient being,
which is
Kit from Knight Rider.
From Knight Rider. Ah, okay. Yeah. That's a sentient being for sure.
Yeah.
That, you know, that's like the blueprint for the Tesla car.
Oh, and I'm glad you bring that up, because in China, they have a Tesla version of the electric vehicle in China, and this car is almost sentient.
Huh.
Look it up.
Okay, let me see.
See, this is how we go on our rants. And the trello stays full.
See.
But it's fascinating. It talks back to you. The car talks to you.
Let's see. China Automotive Systems purchase. No. Let me see here. Sentient car. Let's see.
You have to put in e-vehicle, I guess e-vehicle. Electric vehicle in China that talks to you.
Okay. How's that? Electric vehicle talks to you. to you. So while we're looking up that, let's see. We have I just wanted to also I had something from just to wrap up what I was saying about the mRNA. It does look like DARPA is what the people that were doing the mRNA. It says here, established years before the current pandemic, the program was halfway done when the first case of novel coronavirus arrived in the United States, where everyone involved in the effort by the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency knew their time had come ahead of schedule. So apparently, they already knew. It says their mission was part of a program, the Pentagon Secret Technology Research Agency. The goal to find a way to produce antibodies for any virus in the world within 60 days of collecting a blood sample from a survivor. So this is from the Washington Post.
Yeah, no.
So imagine the the mRNA vaccines, the vaccines that everyone's taking, which now at the year-end review, it looks like things are coming out that this whole vaccine is actually really bad in terms of, okay, the vaccine has a lot of things that we found over the course of the year that has a lot of bad things going with it. First off,
a lot of side effects.
First off, you had the myocarditis that people suddenly are starting to have. And second, you have lipids that were unauthorized in human use. So that's how the mRNA, the DNA that is stored, needs to be stored in some kind of lipid, some kind of fat.
Right.
And the lipids that they're using for the vaccine wasn't authorized for human use. So that got released this year. And then further on, there's a lawsuits coming out saying that there was no I forgot the term, but it's you know how in every pharmaceutical commercial there's always like a disclaimer, like side effects may include dementia, loss of hair, or loss of taste, and possible death, or whatever, and all these things.
What leakage?
Yeah. So with the vaccine, they had omitted that part of their advertising of the vaccine. And by doing that, there's a law in place that states every.
Well, you're saying they had been doing that.
What do you mean?
I just heard a commercial.
Still doing that.
They're still doing.
No, of course they're still doing that. Yes. So but that's against. There's a law that says that they cannot advertise any pharmaceutical drug, whether it be a vaccine or otherwise, that has side effects. They have to mention them. They can't omit that. That's important. I forgot. I can look it up really quick, but that's something that got out this year, and it's just a little uneasy for me to know that the people that were developing this vaccine was our Department of Advanced Research and Project Agency, which is an arm of our defense. so like the military program for the United States.
Their tentacles are in everything.
Yeah, so
everything.
So that also came out, but I'm looking here for the electric vehicle in China that talks to you. Let's see. So it says this EV startup wants to save you from having a heart attack. I got this one. This is from Bloomberg. It says here, a new Chinese electric vehicle startup showing its ability to monitor health for serious incidents like heart attack to help stand out in an increasingly crowded market. And of course, we're getting ads here from Bloomberg. I was actually looking into, there's something that because it looks like they're blocking this article here. It looks like we will need to subscribe to Bloomberg.
Oh, great.
But unfortunately, we won't be able to get the full article. But I was looking at some YouTubers on obviously on YouTube, and I had come across a website. I believe it's called Ground or something like that, where they have all the like news sources, and you pay like one subscription, and that way you can have access to the Washington Post, you can have access to the New York Times, and all the like all the major publications, so that way you don't have to deal with this stupid subscribing to every freaking because who can afford that. I mean, it wasn't newspapers like 50 cents or a dollar.
I remember when I had my store, they were 25 cents.
Wow.
Then they went up to 50 cents.
And now look, how much is it? What is the average subscription to
I haven't bought a paper in such a long time.
Subscription cost? For a news publication. Let's see here. Oh, this is I was about to say $500. No, this is to publish a book. Okay. No. Let's see. The average cost. Let's just see the New York Times. What is the cost?
It should be up around $1.25 or.
Let's see. So New York Times subscription is $5 a week for the first year. Okay, that's not bad. $5 a week for the first year, and then goes up to $10 a week. Huh. $10 a week, that's what?
But that's a subscription.
That's a subscription.
But if you go to your local deli or your local lottery store,
yeah,
you're paying upwards of $1 and change.
Does the Daily News even exist?
Wow, that's a good question.
Looks like New York Daily News. It looks like it still exists. Wow. I'm surprised about that one. They're still hanging on. Huh.
So I found something here.
$1 for only 6 months. Oh, so it's not that bad. It's actually still fairly cheap to have.
But again, it's a subscription.
Yeah. But $1 for 6 months, that's not bad.
But how many people do you think in this day and age wants to commit?
Yeah, that's true too.
I give rides to people who work in the news, especially here. We have a publication that's local,
and
they distribute to the rest of the United States. It's called The Republican. And he says they're hanging on by threads.
Oh man, I could imagine.
It's like,
and it's so stupid because it's like when we first, before the whole internet age, right? We everything was sort of centralized. You had cable, or you had the antenna TV, which was free, right? And you had radio. That was like the only way you can really get any sort of media at that time, right? So now, so like if you had cable, for example, you paid how much? Do you remember how much, let's say in the 90s, how much you would pay for
cable? Wow, I think I was paying $19.99.
Really? $19.99 a month for basic cable. Now imagine,
and was, let me tell you, that was expensive.
Wow.
But before that, at that time, it was called the American Broadcast Cable Company, I think it was called.
Before it would turn into Time Warner or whatever.
Yeah. But before that, they just had WHT, HBO, And I think soon after that, like maybe some years after that, Showtime came into play. But it wasn't like a cable.
Okay. It was
You purchase them independently. They will come put an antenna on top of your roof, and they will tell you what channel, and you would see the. But then, in the early 80s, I believe it's called the American Broadcast Cable Company started coming in, and I'm talking about in New York. And then things began to change. In the 90s, because still cable was still to the population, cable didn't make sense. Why am I gonna pay $20 a month
when you get it free with an antenna?
Right, but the only bonus of getting the cable, if you had a TV that wasn't remote control, now you had a remote control TV. Because you could control the channels through the box.
I see.
So a lot of people were saying, is it worth it just to have the freedom of the remote control?
Oh, that's really what it was for? Or that's what they were thinking of?
Yeah, that's what would sway them from either purchasing it or not purchasing it. But then in the 90s, the Discovery Channel came in, the Learning Channel, the History Channel, Animal Planet. That was not available on regular TV.
That was available on cable. But you see, like what I was getting at is like before you had all these channels on cable that you can browse freely and watch whatever program, catch it while it's on. And now you have to like subscribe to like it seems like almost every channel is like its own subscription. You got your Netflix is like a channel, you gotta subscribe to that. Hulu is like another channel, subscribe to that. Peacock is another channel, you subscribe to that. And then you got those people that want to watch Apple Plus, the Apple TV, that's another one.
That's
and then you got Prime. It's like everything is $8 a month. How many of these things can you have?
Before you know it, you'll have easily a $200 a month plus
on
bill.
Top of your cable bill, because you have to pay for internet somehow, right? So you have some internet bill. So on top of that,
so that's why they do a lot of packaging. You buy this, you get a bundle. That's a new thing.
Right, a bundle. So it's weird how like now all these things are kind of broken apart, and now you have to like pay for everything individually.
So look at this. The life of a human being in the year you were born, 1992, right? We had cable already. We were already shackled by cable.
Was cell phones a thing yet, or was it still beepers?
At that time, it was beepers, and beepers were cheap.
And car phones?
They were car phones, yes.
Oh, you heard that. That was our sound for our first break. But anything else you wanted to say before we
let's go on the break and we'll catch the audience on the other side.
All right, sounds like a plan. So it's time for our first break.
You want to up your running game? Run like a caveman. Finally, shoes are getting back to nature. Toe shoes. You were born barefoot, your ancestors ran barefoot. And now, toe shoes allow you to run barefoot with shoes that look like feet. Slightly deformed, web-toed, brightly colored feet. Just like our ancestors that died at 25 of rickets. They're like wearing no shoes at all, as nature intended. Toe shoes. They're shoes for toes and twats.
At Fly US, your business is important to us. That's why we treat you like shit. We know you have a choice when choosing an airline: awful, dreadful, or terrible. And we promise you, we're striving to be awful. Fly US. Sit back, relax, and shut up.
Have a shitty time.
Light yourself on fire! Come on, you moral crusaders, let's see a little smoke to match that fire in your belly. Here's another question I have. How come when it's us, it's an abortion, and when it's a chicken, it's an omelet? Wait. Wait. What? Are we so much better than chickens all of a sudden? When did this happen? And we passed chickens in goodness. Name 6 ways we're better than chickens. See, nobody can do it. You know why? Because chickens are decent people. You don't see chickens hanging around in drug gangs, do you? You don't see a chicken strapping some guy to a chair and hooking up his nuts to a car battery, do you? When's the last chicken you heard about came home from work and beat the shit out of his hen, huh? Doesn't happen, because chickens are decent people.
All right. So,
all right, very quickly, for people that are tuning in through the Instagram or the TikTok app, go into my bio and hit the link, and you can watch us live through the pyramidshop.com. And that way you don't miss out on the little clips and all the little things, interactive stuff that's going on that you cannot see through TikTok or through Instagram, at least through my feed.
Yes, and you can follow us on Instagram at paranormal.experience. And we have right now 406 followers. These are organic followers. We've been getting a consistent stream of followers. As you can see here, we follow nobody. We do that on purpose because we don't want for our algorithm on Instagram to be taken one way or another. We want to be completely impartial, unbiased, 100%. We want to be able to access as many people as possible, and we don't want anybody to get have any feelings towards why we follow one person or not another.
Absolutely.
So, and rather than have anybody hurt, anybody's feelings hurt, we'd rather just not follow anyone and not have the algorithm be trained to anyone. But that being said, because you follow us, we appreciate you and you help us out. Here's some of the posts that we've been recently posting on our Instagram, and here are some of our followers. Shout out to some of these people here that are following us. So we have Maria Cecilia Duarte. Her handle is Maria 9732 Cecilia. I don't know. So to me, some of these people, I hope are real people. I hope they're not bots, but they seem like real people based on their profile pictures. But we appreciate you for following. La Cibel, Lalia Cibel Mateos. Thank you for following us. Nipponic Babies, Tokyo fans.
Nipponic Babies.
Well, you know that the Japanese word for what the Japanese call Japan is. Do you know what it's called? What the Japanese call Japan?
No.
Nippon. Nippon.
Oh,
so,
Nippon.
Nipponic Babies for Tokyo fans.
Japanese baby.
Yeah. So you got Lemos 1943. Thank you for Marcella Lemos. Thank you for following us. Piera Charlene Piera. Thank you for following us.
Tati, you scrolled right by her, but Tati
Gomez 81.
Thank you for following us. Let's
Season's greetings to all.
Yeah, we got an interesting mix of people here. And to all those that are on the stream here, your handle is being streamed right here on the cast. So hopefully this could boost you up a little bit, and that's what our intention is, to boost up our audience here. Now we're also available on the Pyramid on Instagram. It's another
That's my shoot.
right. So we have that way we can reach as many people as possible. And if we go on to the Pyramid, we got 52 followers there. And we got some posts here as well.
We got some artwork, some videos.
And we got some followers
if
here.
Let me see. Go stream. Let me see. Stream down.
All right.
Oh, okay. It's not. I didn't do it on this one because I got I just did a little commercial.
Oh, you did that one on Anesto Morado, right?
I believe so. I gotta put it up on.
So Anesto Morado is also, as you can see here, is live on Instagram, as you can see here. And here's our little commercial here.
Hey guys, I just wanted to invite you to view our podcast live. It's on every Monday at thepyramidshop.com, or you can catch us on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. It is a pretty cool filter. But yeah, come join us. Join us on the live feed so that you guys can comment and just come and hang out.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I got a podcast. Me and my son, AM PM, the Pyramid Podcast at thepyramidshop.com. Just like the link below. All right? Peace.
I sound like I'm high. Yeah, I got a podcast. I got a podcast.
Well, we appreciate all those that follow the pyramidshop.com, the pyramid on Instagram, and Paranormal Experience on Instagram. We appreciate everybody on there. And you heard the sound, so that means we're into our next segment. But before we go, let's go do our tradition of our ohms.
Oh, yes. Now this ohm is we're gonna direct this ohm not only to clear our consciousness and take out all the bad and bring in all the good. We're gonna direct this ohm to a very happy, prosperous, loving 2023. We're going to leave all the negative stuff of 2022 behind, and we're going to envision a very prosperous 2023 filled with happiness and love.
And we got Mr. Guandolito over here, and you got me wanting to ask him, will we have a prosperous 2023? Let's see what Mr. Guandolito says. Oh no.
What did he say?
Oh no.
Oh, here we go.
Let's see here.
I can't see it.
Let's see. Can you see that?
No, unfortunately, the camera can't.
It said don't plan on it.
Oh, thank you, Brandon.
Mr. Guandolito. But maybe Nostradamus got better news for us later on in the cast.
Well, again, prosperity, I know how important it is, to pay your bills and all this. But as long as you are healthy, in a loving family, you can thrive.
That's right.
And I suggest from this point forth, I want to add a message. What's been missing over the years, and I heard this on a program I listen to called Coast to Coast with this author who says that what we're missing is the tribe mentality. So this Om is also directed in for us to making our tribe, our own tribe. And these are our families, our friends, people that we can depend on.
Our Bobolongos and our Verdugos.
Yes.
And even our Welepu, you're still part of the family.
Absolutely. We have to go back into the tribe mentality so that we can create a community that we're not so dependent on external things. We could support ourselves within the tribe. So again, this Om is cleansing, purging all the negative stuff of 2022 so that we could bring in the positive of 2023. And with that said,
let's begin.
Let's begin.
Everyone take a deep breath. That was good.
That was good. That was good. So let's hop right back in.
Yes. So now let's go back into the Trello. Let's see what else we got here.
Okay, so we left the audience hanging on this particular vehicle.
Yeah, I've been looking for it. I haven't been able to find
if
it.
you go into YouTube, look for Neo, N-I-O, Nomi.
Neo Nomi. Okay.
They have a little video clip. Kind of cute, by the way.
Let's see here. Nomi? How you spell?
N-O-M-I. N-I-O space N-O-M-I.
Oh, okay. I see. N-I-O. You know me. Okay, here we go. Huh.
See him like blinking with his little eyes.
Yeah. Said good morning. Good morning, Nomi. Let's go.
Hi, Nomi. 播放上一首歌。
Play my last song. No problem.
声音大一些。
Play it louder. The thing is bobbing its head.
Nomi，我们来张合影吧。好的，准备好了吗
Okay, are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Nomi.
Kind of cute, that little thing.
Oh boy.
我们回家吧。
Nomi, let's go home. Be home in 10 minutes. Wow. Nomi.
So there you go. There you go.
A sentient car.
A sentient car telling you good morning, plays what you wanted to play.
Unbelievable. That is
now what's funny is
kind of creepy almost, especially knowing what we know about China. because China's not going to. It looks all cute and everything, but China's not using that for the cuteness.
No, they're the sweet knife.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Yes.
So
We gotta come up with a segment, a little jingle for, is it practical or romantic?
Yes.
Because I think this is more romantic than it is practical.
It's romantic as hell, but it has its disclaimers.
Yeah, exactly.
Now China can all the information. Not only can they track all the information from your cell phone, but now they monitor where you're going,
right?
Who's coming into your car.
Oh yeah.
And I could imagine.
I just watched a report that now, because China has all this control, right? They control, like, they have all this video surveillance. They have surveillance on your phone. They have, basically access to you at all hours of the day, essentially, right?
Right.
And yet they have an epidemic of missing people turning up missing. I was watching a thing on how there are these boys that go to this like prestigious school in China that are just turning up dead, like or not, or turning up missing rather. And then they're finding that it's corresponding with like similar days that, like, for example, when this kid went missing, the same time some high profile official was looking for a heart transplant and suddenly got a transplant in like a couple hours, while at the same time this kid gone missing. And when they press him, or press the government on, or the school even, on where is this kid, why is he missing, when China has all this surveillance, but apparently where these kids go missing, there is no surveillance. It happens to be like a Jeffrey Epstein situation. Cameras aren't working properly. Things aren't working as well as they should. So on the surface, they have all what it appears to be an infrastructure of all these cameras that are very well, keep,
integrated.
Right. And China has access to everybody at all times. But apparently there's either a lot of holes in the system, or they're just not clean. They're not being honest with their
The footage.
Well, with the people that are asking what happened to these missing kids, and they're not getting an honest response. So there's a lot of people getting turning up missing in China, and it seems to be that they're correlating it to the organ market that's going on. The organ transplant and organ donor.
So
market.
they're not finding bodies.
No. They're just turning up missing. And their whole question is, how can somebody turn up missing in a state where everything's being surveilled?
Where everything is monitored.
Right. So this problem should not exist, but yet it is existing at an epidemic level, where a lot of people, because you have these kids from the school showing up missing, but it's not just them. It's like people through large swaths of the country, like the Uyghur Muslims. You got the Falun Dafa practitioners. Anybody that's going against the narrative of the government. They all get swept up into this organ donating machine, and it seems like they're building bigger and bigger organ donating factories. That if you need an organ in China, you can get an organ in 2 hours, regardless of where you are or what kind of blood type. And
repeat that.
So if you are in China and you need an organ, you can get an organ, any organ, in 2 hours.
Okay, but
like out here there's a wait list for it? I'm sure you must, but over here that there's like a wait list. Like you get on the organ transplant list, and there's a hierarchy. Whoever gets, it's first come first serve kind of thing. Well, over there in China, there's just, you pay and you get your organ in 2 hours.
Ah. There's a key word you said.
You pay.
This.
The famous.
¡Lo sabía! ¡Lo sabía que era otra pregunta! Tú nunca te quedas ahí, ¿no, verdad? Siempre con el dinero, 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 dinero.
Yeah, so there's I mean, would you like to see the report?
Yeah, let's see the
right.
packet a little bit.
All right, I'll bring it up for you here. So while I'm bringing that, go through the Trello. Let's see if we can knock this out, something else out.
Okay. Real quick, for you stargazers out there, gonna happening in our skies. It'll last, I think, until the new year. The planets are aligning once again.
Oh yeah, huh?
So with your naked eye, you'll be able to see Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Venus. I think Venus is fading out. I think we got a couple of more days for Venus. But it's a spectacular show. You can actually, with the naked eye, pinpoint all these planets as they begin to align.
Wow, with the naked eye.
With the naked eye.
That's incredible.
That's in the Trello. Let's knock it out now. So
Yeah, let's knock it out. So let's see here. Where would that be?
I believe I put it on the current events.
Let's see. Current events. We have so much stuff here.
I believe that's where I put it in current events.
I don't see it here.
Let's see, because there's so much. We have a lot of stuff in this Trello.
Yeah, we do.
It's not in conspiracy. Maybe I put it in UFO.
Let me see.
Which is a lot of goodies in UFO.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of goodies in UFO. But is it in the prep board?
I believe I put it in this board.
Well, for 2022, we got a better system.
Yeah, because I'm a little bit, confused on the prep board because
yeah, I'm thinking going forward, what we're gonna do is because a lot of what I'm noticing, because I don't know if you do this, but I go and listen to every single cast from beginning to end to kind of scrutinize and see in ways that how we can provide better value to our listeners. And one of the things I was noticing is that there's times where there's things that, like, for example, the weather phenomenon, like who controls the weather. There's times where you have a topic that you want to discuss, and it derails from some topics that maybe I want to discuss, and vice versa. There's topics that I want to discuss, and it derails from certain topics that you want to discuss. So I think going forward, it might be a good idea to structure the cast around one day you set up the cast, like one day you set up like the list of topics, and the next week I'll set up the topics. That way, you got your thought and point across, so it'll be completely reactionary to me, like it is sometimes for you. Like sometimes I have a lot of reports that you've never seen before. You see them right here on the cast, and vice versa. Like with the goat face that with the human, like I never saw that before the cast, right. So maybe we can kind of switch off where you curate this week's cast, and then I'll be curating the week.
Or what we could also do is split, first half of the show we unpack your stuff,
That's another. Yeah, that's another way we
Second
can do
half,
it.
we can unpack my stuff. But this is what do you call it? A work in progress.
Yeah. So we're still figuring this stuff out. And if you guys out there that are listening have any suggestions, we'll love to hear it. And you can put your suggestions and make those recommendations on thepyramidshop.com. And have you seen our latest website?
Yes, I like the changes very much.
It's got some updates. So for those of you who are going to the pyramidshop.com, you're going to see it's a little different this time around. And hopefully it's better and more functional and easier to find some of the products.
Yeah, it's the changes is very good.
So unfortunately, I'm not finding where the planets are aligning. Let me see.
I think I have it over here. I think I did it on the prep board. See something that I'm just having a hard time controlling my Trello on the computer for some reason.
So let me see. I have it here. Yeah. It was on the Today Show. Okay, it says all the planets in the solar system have aligned. Let me see. Alrighty.
Me and my twin brother Rasmus have discovered
Oh.
a new and much better way to make
Everything all right over there?
Everything is fine. It's just stupid commercials.
All right, so it says here all the planets in the solar system are visible. Oh, this is faster than I can read it. All the planets in the solar system are visible together in the night sky. It's possible to see Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn with the naked eye, and Uranus and Neptune through binoculars or with telescope. After December 24th, the moon will also be visible anywhere on Earth. This planetary parade is not a regular occurrence, happening every 1 to 2 years or so on average. The latest planetary parade is set to last until the end of 2022.
There you go.
You can also watch it via the Virtual Telescope Project, a service provided by Bellatrix, an astronomical observatory. Oh, what did it say there? I missed it. Hold on. Bellatrix, an astronomical observatory.
You can't
of
win
course.
a war on the
It's given a new video. Apologize. Hold on. Because it seemed like good information. I want to see the
I mean it's for you sky watchers out there. You can actually at about midnight.
So it's a service provided by the Bellatrix Astronomical Observatory in Italy. And it says the Christmas live feed is set to begin at 11 a.m. on December 28th. Interesting. Well, that's really cool. So for those of you, we're very big on astronomical events. So
Yes, we're sky watchers
for sure.
And what's great about this particular astronomical event, it's that you can view it without any devices. With your naked eye, you could see it. And the treat,
just like we saw Mars with the naked eye.
But the treat for those of you who do have a telescope or have powerful binoculars, the treat is focusing on Saturn, because you'll be able to see the rings.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Not like the way you see it in when you look it up in Google, like you can see the rings in definition or anything like that, right?
Well, it's going to be monochromatic, you know, but you see the rings.
That's really cool.
You see the rings, and you know, it ain't going to look like in that picture that we just saw, like in full blown color.
Right. Like you're right.
No, it'll be monochromatic, and you'll see the rings, the several rings that going around. It's a fascinating thing to see.
Wow, that's crazy.
So
That's really cool.
I suggest, especially for any of our listeners who have youngins,
Yeah.
it's a great
little science project.
Yeah, to go outside.
Or if anyone out there, that has a science project that needs to do in school, maybe that's something that you can suggest to your kid.
Now the issue is it's been brick outside.
That's
I
for
mean,
sure.
This cold, I mean, goes straight to the root into your bones and marrow. So you gotta bundle up, and there's a couple of little apps that you can download on your phone that can help you locate the planets.
Yes, for sure. I've actually gotten some of those apps.
Yeah, they're very helpful because if you're not a trained sky watcher,
it may be hard to turn.
You cannot distinguish. Like I already, since I'm, I like to look up a lot. I already know how to pinpoint Mars. Mars is always at least about 5 o'clock of the moon. So, and once you locate Mars, then you can start locating the other planets because they're aligning.
I see.
And if they don't twinkle,
Then
they're a star.
They're a planet.
They're not a star, they're a planet. Only stars twinkle.
Interesting.
So if it's steady, that's a planet.
Okay. Well, good to know.
And I believe on the same, since we're on this thread right now and we're clearing out the Trello, that's below it. We're gonna be privy to a pretty spectacular show.
Yes, the one that the one that's gonna be close to the comet, right?
Yeah.
The one that you're preparing for.
Yes, comets are amazing to see.
It says here the comet that only orbits the sun every 50,000 years, expected to be visible from Earth. The skies are preparing to gift us with a celestial delight, only visible every 50,000 years, according to astronomers. We have the chance to see this highly rare comet with the naked eye. The comet, dubbed C22E3 ZTF, was reportedly spotted by the astronomical survey known as Zwicky Transient Facility, ZTF. The group located it on March 2nd, 2022. It's set to reach its closest point to our sun early next year. According to experts, comets are simply stellar snowballs that are made up of frozen gas, dust, and rock particles. As they get close to Earth, they get pounded with radiation, which results in cosmic tails of gas and dust. At this time, the comet is floating somewhere 117 million miles from our planet. So, when are your best chances at seeing the astronomical anomaly? Astronomers say your best bet will be early February next year.
There you go.
On the first day of the month, it will come roughly 26 million miles of Earth. While experts can pin down the date, it's harder to predict its brightness. However, current predictions reveal that the comet will have a magnitude of +6 when it gets close to Earth.
So we got now something to look forward to in the new year.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something. After New Year's Eve, then you have New Year's Day. Then it's fucking brutal.
The cold.
It's brutal. I find January brutal. February brutal. Tired of the cold. And all I want is for winter to be over. Then March comes in. Then you start seeing, and especially now that we are in Narnia, you start to see things bloom. Then your spirits begin to rise. But let me tell you, January, mid-January, you don't even want to leave the bed. Fucking brutal. So now we have something to look forward to. Now we got this comet. And for you guys who have never seen a comet with the naked eye, you guys are in for a treat. It looks like a little snow cone. It's so dope. Like when I watched Hellbop, I used to, every time I got out of work, I would head out to the marina and just gaze at Hellbop. It was really, it was a treat.
Wow. So that's amazing. I mean, I love looking at the stars, and it's something great to watch with your kids. And you know, a lot of people are disconnected with the stars, but you know, if you have the chance to you know, watch the stars, it's gonna be a great celestial event coming up.
Absolutely. So wipe that out of the Trello. We discussed it.
And with that, we are up to our next break.
Oh, yeah. This out. The moon's distance from Earth, it's 238,900 miles. This out. 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 This out.
Pablo Morado, the Thunderbolt, and we got the Thunderbolt and the Lightning and the double-ended.
This out. The moon's distance from Earth, it's 238,900 miles. This out. 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 This out.
Pablo Morado, the Thunderbolt, and we got the Thunderbolt and the Lightning and the double-ended.
When the grid goes down, America will be plunged into decades of darkness. Are you ready? Get your complete apocalypse kit at Ammunition. Contains foodstuffs and alcohol for 3 months. A massive array of armaments. Cartons of cigarettes to trade with roadside wanderers. Plus, the apocalypse kit contains birth control, so you don't create any more mouths to feed. Pornography. And a wind-up radio so you can hear news reports about the idiots who didn't prepare. It also includes a seed kit. When there's rampant cannibalism going on, what you want to do is take up gardening. Perhaps you can barter smarter for your life with a carrot. You'll learn how to make a tourniquet, cauterize a stump if you have to saw off your arm or leg, making booby traps, bushcraft, and how to determine if your significant other has been replaced by a body double. We all know Y2K was a bust, but trust us, this one is real. Can pretty much guarantee a real apocalypse will happen soon. Order the Ammunition Apocalypse Kit today. It's an investment in the inevitable. You won't regret ammunition, protecting your rights.
You've accidentally killed a family of 4. We all know these things happen. You need to get out of jail to beat the shit out of your old lady for getting you into this mess in the first place. But you need money for bail. That's where we come in at Jay's Bail Bonds. We're your new friend. We're here in your time of need. But skip town on us and we'll hunt you down like the vermin you are. You may be in a lot of trouble with the law, but now you're in debt to an angry, unregulated lunatic who will be happy to take a shit on the Constitution to get their money back. Contact Jay's Bail Bonds today.
That's for Sam Bankman-Fried, the FTX founder.
You know,
which he supposedly did get post bail or whatever.
Okay, we'll make this a quick current events thing.
Mm-hmm.
Something fascinating about this FTX guy, right? Supposedly, after it was all said and done, now he's broke, right?
Supposedly.
So they set the bail at 250 million, right? He posted the bond,
right?
So you know how this bond shit works, right?
You gotta post the 250 million, and then you can get let out free, right?
No.
For a certain period before you're
when you post a bond, right? You go to a bail bonds guy.
Okay.
And let's say in this guy's case, it's $250 million bail.
Right. It says though Mr. Bankman-Fried was not required to pay 250 million, the large amount of the bond in this high-profile case has raised questions about the federal bond process.
Right. So the way it happens is, for people that are not in his jam, before regular Joe Schmoes like us, something happens, you land in jail, and they say, okay, bail is set at $5,000. You don't have the $5,000. You go to a bail bondsman. He charges you a percentage of like out of $5,000, maybe you pay $800.
Okay.
Right. Then he posts up the bond. Right. He takes responsibility for you so that you don't run away. Right. He'll be on the hook for the $5,000 if I don't appear in court.
Okay.
It's up to him to locate me, bring you into the authorities. So now we're talking low numbers. $5,000 bail. I put up $800.
And then you have to pay the remaining amount after.
No, once the judgment has been passed, then I believe the bail bondsman takes his fee, gives you back the rest, and that's it.
Okay.
But we're talking about it for a $5,000 bond.
Okay.
Right. This guy supposedly he's broke, and the last reports I heard, he had basically like $100,000 liquid.
Okay.
So now they put up the bail for 250 million. Now for a bond for 250 million, I would say it's about 20 to 25 million dollars liquid. So you got to go to the bail bondsman, or I don't know if there's even a bail bondsman at that level, but you got to put down about 20 to 25 million dollars.
Okay.
For that $250 million bond.
Okay.
Where the fuck did he get that money from?
Well, it says here the release this week of Sam Bankman-Fried, disgraced cryptocurrency executive from the federal.
Blow that up so we can see it.
All right, let's see here. See if I can.
There we go.
A little bit better.
Yeah, a lot better now.
So the disgraced cryptocurrency executive from federal custody on a $250 million bond has raised questions about the federal bail process and why such a high-profile defendant was allowed to go free. The bond essentially amounts to a promise to appear in court when required. It does not compel Mr. Bankman-Fried, who is charged with numerous crimes related to his handling of the cryptocurrency exchange he founded, to pay $250 million. No money has changed hands, and none will, unless Mr. Bankman-Fried fails to show up for court or is found to have violated other conditions set by the judge. In that case, his parents' house in Palo Alto, California, which was used to secure the bond, could be seized by the government. The 4 people who are to co-sign the bond, including the non-family member who would be on the hook for the rest of the $250 million. 2 of those people are Mr. Bankman-Fried's parents, Stanford law professors who supported their son in promoting his exchange, FTX. It is not known who the other 2 co-signers are. So yeah, it looks like they co-signed and they put up their.
Yeah, but well, I guess
when you put up the house for collateral,
as collateral,
I'm sure that's where
then you can waive the fee.
Yeah, maybe.
That's interesting. Yeah, I guess that's the way it works.
It says, yeah, Mr. Bankman-Fried was in the Bahamas when he was charged, and extradition can be highly complicated process, leading to a lengthy legal battle. In court on Thursday, a prosecutor, Nicholas Roos, said that Mr. Bankman-Fried had not consented to extradition. It was near certainty that the government would have sought his detention.
So I think it'll be interesting now that we're on this FTX thing to put a period on this. See if you can locate the Larry David commercial.
Oh, sure.
Because we were discussing this yesterday over dinner. I mean, Larry David right now must be worth what? I'll tell you right now. David worth.
$400 million. Well, it says between 400 to 900 million as of 2015. The National Review estimated his worth to be about 400 million as of 2020. Charlie Rose noted David's overall wealth as closer to 500 million in a televised statement on 60 Minutes in 2013.
Okay, so the reason that we brought that up is because, dude, right now we're Pablo and I we're 100 heirs.
Right, we're 100 heirs.
You know, maybe I got a couple of hundred in the bank account, so I'm 100 heir. I'm not even 1,000 heir yet.
Right.
And I'm being cautious with that. So now you got this guy, multi-millionaire, Larry David. I guess 400 million is not enough, huh?
I mean, I guess not. I mean, at some point he had 900 million. I mean, that's what they evaluated.
Now, since we were unpacking this FTX business, see if he was invested in FTX.
Okay, let's see.
Because I'm fascinated how these Ponzi guys are able to hook this big fish.
So this is New York Post. Larry David write about FTX collapse on old Super Bowl commercial claims. It says Curb Your Enthusiasm star Larry David appearance in the commercial for the embattled cryptocurrency exchange FTX is going viral Thursday, with social media users pointing out the comedian's skeptical stance in the ad was right all along. The ad, which aired during the Super Bowl last February shows the Seinfeld co-creator cynically dismissing famous inventions throughout the ages, from the creation of the wheel to Thomas Edison's light bulb. The ad culminates in David's dismissing FTX as a doomed project. Like I was saying, it's FTX. It's safe and easy way to get into crypto. An actor portraying an FTX executive tells David in the ad, I don't think so. David replies with a smirk. It doesn't say how he. Let's see. Bankman-Fried admitted lengthy Twitter thread Thursday that he had fucked up his management of the FTX ahead of its own meltdown. His net worth was plummeted alongside FTX's value. Doesn't say how. Let me see if I can find something else here.
Because that's interesting. Because if he was invested, he lost his shirt too. Which will probably make it on one of his shows.
Let's see. Doesn't say. Oh, it says Larry David finally agrees to appear in a crypto ad for FTX. It says here, Larry David, a known avoider. Let's see here. It says Larry David, a known ad avoider, has agreed to appear on a pro crypto ad. This is the first advertisement he's ever agreed to appear in. What are the odds on that one? And he was skeptical of it anyway. The crypto exchange FTX have managed to rope Larry David into their last campaign. The ad ran for the first time during the Super Bowl 56, which took place on Sunday, February 13, 2022. The ad is designed to convert skeptics over to cryptocurrency acceptance and to grow the digital currency ecosystem, which ultimately was that fell flat on its face because they were just trying to bamboozle you, it seems like. But this is here.
Well,
the ad was directed at by Larry David's longtime creative partner on both Seinfeld and Curb Your Enthusiasm, Jeff. Oh, Schaefer. Maybe is it Jeff Schaefer? Let me see. Is Jeff Schaefer the guy?
The lawyer that he works with. I don't
his
know.
manager. Let's see.
But I have an article here from Variety.
Okay.
It says Larry David, Tom Brady, Stephen Curry, other celebs sued over FTX crypto exchange collapse. So it says here celebrity promoters of now bankrupt cryptocurrency exchange FTX, including Larry David, Tom Brady, Giselle Bundchen, Shaquille O'Neal, and Stephen Curry have been named in a class action lawsuit accusing FTX and its brand's ambassador of deceptively encouraging consumers to invest in the company. Oh wow! So now they're implicating the celebrities.
Yep.
For duping them into going into the currency.
For giving them false because when you have celebrities endorsement, it gives you that air that maybe that this is a good company or whatever.
Legitimate.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why they use celebrities in ads so that they can get that endorsement and that blue check mark, if you will, that seal of approval from somebody famous.
So is the celebrity on the hook if the company happens to be a fraudulent company?
I think
this
their
case
thing
might set a precedent.
Well, I think their thing is that that they were falsely advertising, that they weren't being truthful in the advertisement, because obviously they were doing nefarious things. The FTX was doing nefarious things.
But is that the
fault of the actor? No, but I guess they're saying that they should have known better. But how? I mean, you're an actor. How would you know better? But You got hired. You got a paycheck.
Yeah.
Your manager says you do this role and you get money, and then you don't really question it.
I would like to see how
But
that develops.
that doesn't even that doesn't only affect the celebrities, but also like the YouTubers and people that promote FTX as well on YouTube. Like that's another reason why we don't do any advertisements here outside of our own product, because we can be implicated in lawsuits if we promote companies that turn out to be fraudulent. One of the companies that outside of FTX that a lot of YouTubers have been promoting that turned out to be fraudulent was Established Titles. Have you heard about that?
No.
Have you heard of Established Titles at all?
No, not at all.
Okay, so Established Titles was a little website where you could purchase supposedly like a plot of land in Scotland, and by doing so you can actually claim that you're a lord or a lady. You can actually put that in your
Oh boy.
Yeah, so like it's a way to like it's an established title. You can actually put that on your credit card or
People bought into this shit.
yeah, so and supposedly they also planted a tree in your name. So it says on November 23rd, 2022, YouTuber Scott Schaefer uploaded a video accusing Established Titles of being a scam which misleads its customers, advising YouTubers to stop working with the company as they do not legally bestow ownership. So therefore you really don't have control. Like you're not really ownership of a plot of land. They're the ownership. Established Title owns the plot of land, not you per se.
Oh, so then you're duped into buying a plot of land.
Right.
Doesn't mean you can fly out to Scotland and start building.
Right. or you don't have any like property per se, really. You're just on paper. And then on top of that, they really have no authority to make you a lord or lady either.
Who are the people that are falling for this shit?
Well, you'd be surprised. A lot of YouTubers, and here's the problem, that a lot of YouTubers got paid handsomely to advertise. Some people got like $20,000 to advertise this company. So that's a big nut. That's a nice little
yeah, but then why is the YouTuber on the hook? Hey,
because it's false. It's false advertising. That's the problem. The advertising needs to. Like, that's where the lawsuit comes in. False advertising. If you're advertising a product or company, you need to do your due diligence to ensure that you're not falsely advertising a product.
Okay,
then
so
you
then
get banged with a lawsuit.
So if somebody comes to us on our podcast and say we want to advertise, we have to do due diligence and vet these people.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would do with the bank. Remember, like I would do. Nobody at the bank, nobody can be a customer at the bank without going through a process which is known as the AML KYC process, anti-money laundering or know your customer process. And what they do is, they literally have to get your IDs. They get all this information on you. They do this in investment banks, but they also do this on a small scale with your bank, the bank that your current checking account.
Right.
They do that process on you. They make sure that they have your ID, that they have your information. That's a know your customer process, which they on their end create a file on you and saying like, okay, based on the information that we know of you, you earn X amount from this job, and we expect you to earn roughly around this amount every year. So if you out of a sudden come around with $100,000 in the bank account, they're gonna question because they did their know your customer process,
Right.
and that's what they're basically putting onto the advertisers of YouTubers and everything else, where you're going to have to do a know your customer process where you need to vet your company that you're working with and make sure that they say that they do what they say they do, because it seems like you might be implicated in lawsuits if one comes out, even though you're not really connected with the company. They just paid you to advertise, but by you putting your name on that advertisement, your audience attaches the honesty that you may have with your audience. They attach that authenticity to the company that you're advertising, which you may not know how authentic that company is. What is it that they're producing and so on. So if you don't do that due diligence, you're misleading your audience.
And now I see that it makes sense. It makes sense to vet.
Right. I mean, all these companies, they do it. I mean, and that's the problem. Like the YouTubers.
So it's not like I can go to
like for example, Legacy Media, right? If you go onto TBS or something, you're not going to be able to just put on an advertisement without them vetting the company first.
Right. It's not like I can go to a local television station and say, "Oh, I wanna put an ad for the Pyramid Podcast."
Right. They're gonna ask you, okay, is is this real? What's your business address? What's all this information? You got to fill out a questionnaire, I'm sure, that of information that they want to see, and then they do their due diligence to match up whatever it is that you wrote down on that questionnaire. They got to find it publicly on their end, and if it matches up, all is good. They can.
It makes sense. It makes a lot of sense.
Because you don't want somebody advertising something that is ultimately harmful. Like let's an example is the FTX, which people lost a lot of money. But another example could be like an IKEA furniture. Some IKEA furniture has been known to be unstable and crush children or something like that. Right? So if that is the case, and you're advertising this furniture, oh, you love this furniture, you should go buy it or whatever, and people look at your content and they trust you, then they go out and buy the furniture, and the furniture goes out and God forbid kills a kid or something. Now, are you liable? I mean, because you're the one saying how much you love the product, you're the one saying, and they believe that you're in your credibility. So you have to be kind of careful. And when that's why rather than us having to vet, we don't got time to vet, all these things.
Not now. We don't have time to vet right now. We don't have anything in place.
And I don't think that model is going to be sustainable in the future, because if the things that we are noticing now is that these advertisers have so much sway. Like for example, the news people. I mean, if we have, let's say we have a company, let's say if FTX starts paying us $20,000 a month for us to do our podcast, and we're be able to do more things. We're happy. We got money in the account. We're now banking on these people, and if they tell us, listen, don't do this kind of content, or else the hell with your 20,000. We're gonna start changing our podcast a little bit.
Oh yeah,
and that's where I don't feel like it's not fair to our audience to do that, because we want to be as impartial as possible. We don't want to. That's kind of why I the breaking points. It's one of the big things that made me like, all right, here we go. They say one thing, they do another, because in the one end they're like, listen, we are apart from everything. They're part of the system. They're trying to create a new thing. But then they started off with no ads like we did, and then all of a sudden they had a company doing their own radio ads on their podcast, and I heard pharmaceutical ads on their podcast when they are themselves are critical of the pharmaceutical industry. So it's like, how can you be advertising something that you don't?
It kind of messes with the integrity of the show. It's like, for example, I listen to a lot of legacy radio, and sometimes I'm listening to, right wing radio, because they're predominantly the juggernaut on AM radio. But then during election time, you hear left,
right,
advertising their campaign,
exactly, and
which is kind of like, what the hell are we doing here?
Or like, let's say we get an advertiser of the Republican Party, they like our podcast and they like, you know what, they want to give us money or whatever. That could easily sway our opinions, and
absolutely. Now we're beholden to them, and
right,
and they're gonna be like, look, if you endorse us, get a little bit more money,
right. And that's where I try to avoid that, and that way we don't get what these YouTubers are now dealing with. They got this money from established titles, and now I'm sure there's going to be a lawsuit, and that's something that you're going to have to pay some kind of penalty, and that's a headache we don't want to deal with.
That's why we need for our audience to not be bobolongos and become verdugos by just making a small contribution to the TPP.
That's right, to the Pyramid Podcast.
Yeah, there you go.
And it really goes a long way. I mean, it helps keep the lights on here, helps us to do what we love to do here, and it keeps us free and unbiased, and allows us to put out the content that we believe is important. And as far as the feedback we've been getting over the course of the year that we've been doing this, I mean, 29 episodes in, I can't believe it. Being that, since before we done this podcast, this was a thought. We've been trying to get this off the ground. I know you were trying to do something with Rising Sun, and you were trying to get a podcast off the ground, and it was just like, trying to get somebody to work out. It was like, an uphill battle.
Yeah. No, when I was trying to do something with Rising Sun, and we did it for a couple of times, but it was just that, we got lost in the sauce, and we were going one way, and then it became just like a drinking party.
Well, and there's some podcasts out there that are drinking parties. Like Joe Rogan does one that's called the Protect Your Parks podcast, where he just gets obliterated with his friends.
Oh, Christ almighty.
But it's a matter of like, we found the right system, and it works for us. But in order for us to continue this system, we definitely need some donations and some help here, because none of this is free. Now,
and word of mouth,
yeah,
like what we're doing. I mean, in the end, we're just having fun.
Yeah, I mean, in the end,
we're having fun, discussing topics that are fascinating to us and hopefully fascinating to you guys. But with that said, we got to continue with this Trello, because this Trello's full.
All right, so you wanted to quickly play the Larry David episode.
Yes.
So let me play this real quick.
I call it the wheel.
I don't think so. What does it do?
It rolls.
Yeah, so does a bagel, okay? A bagel you can eat. One of the worst ideas I've ever heard.
Brother David, behold, the fork. I got 10 forks right here, baby. Am I right?
My lord?
What is it?
A toilet, my lord.
A toilet?
You expect this court to do its business inside? We're not animals. We go outside like humans.
It's coffee. It's new.
Oh, it's awful.
You don't like it?
I'm all jittery and feel like I got a big job coming on.
Hancock, you sign first.
No king! Gentlemen, have you taken leave of your senses?
The people shall have the right to vote.
Even the stupid ones?
Yes.
Stupid people vote?
Yes.
Edison, can I be honest with you? It stinks. Does your wife know what's going on here?
She knows I go to work.
You're wasting your time, and it's sad. You might as well put the dishes in the shower.
Hey, Catherine, what's cooking? We're putting a man on the moon.
Are you out of your mind? I can't even get tuna without celery. Nobody's going to the moon, ever.
Why not?
It's too far. It's far. It's really far. It's far.
我々の未来はポータブルミュージックです。
バカかバカかわかるだろうわかるだろうわかるだろう出て行け見ないのか怖いんだバタリがいつも言えるぞバタリどこバタリ
Like I was saying, it's FTX. It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I'm never wrong about this stuff. Never.
Well,
wow.
What a commercial that they themselves paid for.
You know what? Let me tell you something. They were actually telling you.
Yeah, they were flat out telling you.
Ain't that a bitch?
I want to see, hold on, how much did FTX pay?
Oh, I could tell you right now. Let me take a guess.
Okay.
This went on during the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Easy. I'm gonna say 100 million.
Let's see here. Let's see. Does it
It's a long commercial.
Yeah, it's a pretty long commercial.
That might be in the ballpark, I think.
Let's see. See if they post how much. Let's see. A lot of it's going around the the fact that he was there and what the context is, but the context is not telling me the price. It says the most expensive 30-second spots went for $7 million. 30-second spots. That was about 2-minute long video. So let's see here.
Okay, I got it over here.
Oh, okay.
I have it. It was previously reported that FTX paid $6.5 million for a 30-second Super Bowl spot. FTX struck a 19-year, $105 million deal with Miami-Dade County in 2021 for the arena's naming rights.
Wow, so $6 million.
Yeah.
That's nothing for Larry David.
But it says it was previously reported that FTX paid $6.5 million for a 30-second Super Bowl spot. But that commercial it
was a lot longer than 30 seconds.
Absolutely.
At least 2 minutes. It was 2 minutes and 30 seconds or something
Let's
like
see.
that.
Yeah. Crypto FTX Trading and Coinbase was among the handful of cryptocurrency exchange companies who shelled out or reported $6.5 million for a 30-second spot. Okay, so I could imagine how long is that commercial?
2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Okay, so that's 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That's 60, about 120. So 6 times 12.
6 times 12 is what? 700 and Boy, we're not mathematicians.
Unbelievable.
Let's see. 74, something like that.
72 million.
72. Okay.
So if that was the case, if they're paying 36.5 for 30 minutes slot and the commercial ran for 2 minutes plus, I was close. 72 million.
Wow. For that commercial.
And can you imagine how many people they roped in with that commercial?
Oh man, I could imagine.
Because the way
but then I don't know, because that commercial didn't really, to me, convince me into FTX. It kind of,
well, they're subliminally telling you,
don't behind the ball or whatever. Don't
be a Larry David.
Right.
Look what he missed out on.
But now look.
Yeah, you know what they say. 2020.
And with that, it looks like it's time for our next break.
Here tonight to blow the lid off it, to be the whistleblower. I'm sick and tired of the secrets and the lies. It is the secret symbol of the Illuminati, and you're a part of it. And it is the all-mocking tongue.
Oh, I like it. So, with this break, it is time for our Nostradamus Quatrains. You ready for this one?
Yes.
All right. So let me see here. Pulling up the generator now. It's been a while since we did a little Quatrain. Been a few casts.
Yeah, I want to see what's ahead of us for 2023.
Definitely. Let's see here.
And again, folks who are tuning in through Instagram or through TikTok, please go to my bio, click on the link to the website, and you can see this show live.
Definitely. And that's thepyramidshop.com, where you can get our lovely line of supplements, which is the Pyramid. You got your Fortify right here.
Oh, absolutely. We've been forgetting.
Got your Thrive.
We have our Flow.
That's right. And you got your Optimal, which is your multivitamin.
You got any gummies left?
Yeah, the Optimal. I'm going to actually take one now. We're running low, so we got to get more vitamins in the studio.
Absolutely. We're going to ration these. Usually you take two. I'm just going to take one.
All right. All right, let's do our Nostradamus Quatrain for today. All right, the generator's opening. Here we go. Ooh, the king will want to enter. The king will want to enter the new city.
No, hold on. Before you say, you got to put on the correct music.
Oh, okay. It's not good enough.
No, it's kind of cheery. This has got to be like some mysterious.
All right.
Like 2 steps from hell kind of thing.
All right, let's see here. I was hoping for a cheery little prediction here.
Why not Quatrains cheery?
All right, let's see.
Let's see what we got. There we go.
This is better.
That's a lot better. Now pull up that. I'm gonna read that quatrain.
All right. Let's see.
And mad shout outs to Two Steps from Hell. The king will want to enter the new city. For a long time, the lands will be inhabited in peace. While the fortress falls, the great leader would succumb, drinking by force the waters poisoned by sulfur.
Wow.
One more time.
The king will want to enter the new city. For a long time, the lands will be inhabited in peace. While the fortress falls, the great leader will succumb, drinking by force the waters poisoned by sulfur.
Wow. Let's unpack this a little bit. Let's devote a couple minutes to this.
So the king will want to enter the new city, the king of England. There's a new king now.
Yes, there is. As of 2022, that's one of the developments of this year.
The king will want to enter the new city. Taiwan?
Taiwan was theirs at one point.
For a long time, the lands will be inhabited in peace.
That's good news.
While the fortress falls. Oh, no. For a long time, the lands will be inhabited in peace. That's Britain, England, right? For a long time, the lands was inhabited in peace, right? The Britain and the UK.
Yeah.
Since the time of Queen Elizabeth's reign, right?
For Queen Elizabeth's reign,
it's been a time of peace for them, right?
Well, they were going through the war, World War II,
but
then they won.
But since then, they've been in time of peace.
I think they had one altercation, and that was with the Falkland Islands. But that was it.
So for quite some time, I mean, at least in my lifetime, they've been in a time of peace, right?
Yeah. I mean, they also were part of Desert Storm and all those Middle Eastern.
But it wasn't a declared war per se in terms of like a war on a nation.
Yeah, not like the way WW2 was with them.
So I guess my interpretation is, for a long time, the lands will be inhabited in peace. Was that, because right now in England and UK, you can't own a weapon. You can't, it's a time of peace, supposedly, right?
Supposedly.
Now, the Queen Elizabeth has passed on, and while the fortress falls, the great leader will succumb. Maybe the King of England, which the king will want to enter the new city. And why I think of this is because recently you heard about BRICS, right?
BRICS, no.
You haven't heard about BRICS? Interesting.
BRICS, like BRCK?
Yeah, so
ICK?
I'll school you on this one. There's something that came up recently this year too. It's a coalition. So BRICS is an acronym for 5 leading emerging countries, and that's Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. They're coming to.
I was not aware of this at all.
So they're coming together here. It says here, BRICS is an of course, all these donations is an acronym for the emerging economies in Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. The first 4 were initially grouped as BRIC or BRIC, or the BRICS in 2001 by Goldman Sachs economist Jim O'Neill, who coined the term to describe the fast-growing economies that would collectively dominate the global economy by 2050. So this is the coalition or the new world order that they're trying to bring together now, where we're no longer under the United States, Britain, France, Veil, that order. Now they're trying to bring this new order of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa.
Circumventing the United States altogether.
Right. So now instead of it being that China or that the U.S. and Britain are the world superpowers is going to flip that and put Brazil, Russia, India, and China and South Africa as the world's now new superpowers. And
Interesting.
These are the emerging economies. It says the BRICS have a combined area of 39,746,220 kilometers. That's 15,346,100 square miles. It says Brazil, Russia, India, and China are among the world's 10 largest country by population, area, and GDP, and are widely considered to be the current or emerging superpowers. You see? All 5 states are members of the G20 with a combined nominal GDP of 200. Here we go.
Pues ya da pau pau.
All 5 states are members of the G20 with a combined nominal GDP of US 26 trillion, about 26.2% of the gross world product. A total GDP PPP of around US $51.99 or 51.99 trillion or 32.1% of global GDP, and an estimated of US 4.46 trillion in combined foreign reserves.
Now, you want to hear something fascinating about those numbers?
So yes, but just to recap for our listeners, BRICS is a coalition of member states. That's Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, which are trying to become the next emerging superpowers.
World power.
Yes.
Okay, so they estimate that combined their GDP is what, 26 trillion?
Mm-hmm.
That's almost about as much as the United States national debt.
Oh no.
We're at 30 trillion.
Let's see.
I believe we were at 30 trillion.
I thought we were far beyond that. Because they were looking to suspend it to infinity. Let's see.
Right there, 31 trillion.
Yeah, let's see. That's trillion? Hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillion. Yeah, 31 trillion.
Okay, so we're at 31 trillion, and as you can see, it's going up.
But here it says unfunded is 93 trillion.
Okay, what does that mean?
And then US total and interest paid 3 trillion. So basically what it's saying is, let's see, our federal tax. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Wow, I never seen this before, but this is usdebtclock.org. Check this out. Our US federal tax revenue, right, is $4 trillion, but our national debt is 31 trillion. That's like, how the hell do they expect to pay all this?
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. Say that again. Say that statistic again.
So it says right here, the US federal tax revenue is 4 trillion, right? Closer to 5 trillion if you round up. But the US national debt is 31 trillion.
That's interesting because
And that's it looks like this is the funded, right? This is what we already have paid, but we also have unfunded debt with interest of $93 trillion.
Okay,
So
so here I see what is the national debt today. the same number you're looking at here, 31,328,138,003, whatever. Right? So check this statistic out that I heard this on the radio yesterday by an economist. If we had that debt, right, in the time that Jesus was born, and trying to pay this debt off.
Oh my God. Oh my God. No, I happened to look up something. Because okay, so what were you gonna say before you
All right, check this out. We're at 31 trillion, right? If we spend $1 million a day for the next 2,000 years,
we won't even get to 31 trillion.
We'll still have like another 3,000 years left.
Oh my God. No, so that's with the recorded US national debt, right? But here's another aspect, because I come from this investment banking world. I looked in on the total United States derivatives debt, which is what derivatives are, the trading assets, the paper assets that they get traded on Wall Street all the time. Bonds, stocks, all that is derivatives debt. Guess how much that debt is?
We're at 31
for the national debt.
And this is for
derivatives. So basically, what derivatives, for those of you who are just I'll get the exact definition so that people get the real. Okay, so so a derivative is hold on, let me see. Let me look at, because I'm getting the actual meaning. I want the Wall Street finance.
Okay,
meaning.
so I'm gonna while you're doing that, I'm gonna have some fun. I mean, this is what we're here for, to have fun, right? I'm gonna ask Google how many years to pay 31 trillion dollars at $1 million a day. Let's see what it says.
What did you get there? So I got the definition here. Whenever you're ready.
If a trillion and you spend $1 million, you would need 2,738
years to pay it off. My God. That's for 31 trillion.
For 31 trillion.
Now check this out. Now, for those of you who are listening, a derivative is a security. I'll put it up for those of you who are watching as well, so you can read along with me. A derivative is a security with a price that is dependent upon or derived from one or more underlying assets. The derivative itself is a contract between two or more parties based upon the asset or assets. Its value is determined by fluctuations in the underlying asset. So the asset could be a myriad of things, like a bond, or it could be, which for those of you who don't know, a bond is like a loan in many ways. So when the United States Treasury issues out a bond, like a $50 bond,
Right.
right? They're basically loaning loaning you, or you're basically loaning the government
money,
$50, right? Which they hope to pay with interest
back to you,
right? At the maturity of that bond.
Right.
Right. And that goes along with corporate bonds. Now, if you're Apple and you want to build 100 computers or 100 million computers, you likely don't have the liquid cash,
the capital
to build all those computers. So what they do is they issue out a bond for, let's say, $50 million, which investors buy into, right? Once the $50 million is met, right, then they can Apple gets to go ahead and build the computers. Now, what Apple is banking on is that what they're paying with interest will be far less than their profit of what they're going to make from selling all these computers.
Right.
And then that's what the investors also bank on as well, because they know that Apple will be good on paying their debt. They're
Right.
going to pay everything off. So that's why people invest in this. So when there's a derivatives debt, it means that there's a lot of loans out there to these people that, are trying to buy laptops to build their laptops, for example, right? So the derivatives debt, the total US derivatives debt, check this out, is $632 trillion.
Oh my God.
For United States. Adding that number to the 31 trillion, you got closer to $700 trillion of debt.
This economy is headed in the wrong way.
And how much did we earn? Let's go to that clock. 4 trillion. So that's like saying, let's put this in normal.
Okay, so
normal.
At $4 trillion is what we earned for 2022.
Right. So let's say you're a normal citizen in the United States. You earn $4,000 a month or something. Yeah, let's say $4,000 a month, right? But your debt, what you owe, all your bills, is closer to $700,000 a month. So you earn 4,000, but your expenses is 700,000.
Now remember, what we saw, it was 4 trillion.
Right, to 700 trillion.
Okay, but 4 trillion, that 4 trillion is in a year.
In a year, I believe.
Go back to the clock.
I have it here. Yeah, I believe it's a year.
Okay, so then the analogy would be,
okay, so then
if you're earning like $80,000 a year, but your debt is 700,000,
right?
How do you pay that back?
Right? How can you?
And believe it or not, I believe that
a year.
I believe in New York, there are people with that very same dilemma. They bought a house for 1.5. They earn about $5,000 a month. How do they pay their bills? Yeah. And how in the hell did they get that loan to begin with?
Well, that's the thing. Like the derivatives, people are all okay with them because Apple's usually good for it. Usually they could pay their debt. Most people, Apple usually gets the market. Most people are buying Apple products, so you're kind of confident that they can pay their debt. And on the other end of the spectrum, they buy the bond, right? And like I said in other casts, what they do with that bond, they don't hold that bond alone. They swap it because they want that security. What if Apple goes down? So they swap it with another a financial instrument called a swap. And that swap, instead of them getting their nut every 6 months, now they get their nut every 3 months, right? So that what with minus the rate of the swap, right? So let's say whatever interest rate that is, you're getting. Let's say if you're getting $600 every 6 months, you'll get 200 every 3 months. It's not 300, but at least you're getting something rather than nothing if the company goes down in 6 months, right? So that's the Wall Street mentality. So they're hedging their bets upon hedging their bets upon hedging their bets. And then they take that, right? Now they have it in a swap, right? So they swap that out. Then they take that, they put into a bucket. They loan, they that's where I get the analogy that they turn it into like a paper equivalent to a gold brick.
Right.
They bundle it all up, and then they do another financial instrument called a repo, which they lend that out to you, right? You claim I have this asset, you get more loans, which every time you are, like we discussed before, whenever you're getting a loan, they're basically printing money because when you bought this house, the bank didn't have, let's say 300,000 in the bank to give to the seller. They just put up 300,000 digitally, and then they transfer that money digitally, right? It's all digital, but in reality, they don't have that money. They have a liquidity percentage, right? So of all the stuff of all the accounts of everybody that is with that bank, all their customers, they need to have a certain percentage of threshold of liquidity. But if everybody withdrew cash from the banks, they wouldn't be able to pay them all.
Right.
So everything is mostly digital. There's also even a coin shortage and a cash shortage as well. So, like, when people are issuing loans, people are thinking that the bank had the money and are, giving them this money and loaning it to them. But in reality, they're fabricating this money out of thin air. And that's even more true with this derivatives market because Apple is saying, I need $50 million. They issuing out a bond for $50 million. They didn't have $50 million, right? So all these companies are investing in them, hoping that they're gonna at least earn that 50 million and then some. But that's a gamble. That's the
Okay, but what I'm thinking about now is the national debt. It's at 31 trillion.
Right.
What we made as gross national income, right? I think that's what it's called. What
the GDP? The gross domestic product is about 25 trillion dollars.
That's how much we made over the year?
I believe so. No, that's not. Let me see.
No, it can't be.
Hundreds, thousands.
Go back to the clock.
Millions, billions, trillions. Yeah, that's trillion.
Go back to the clock.
I have it right here. I'm looking at it. So
Okay,
yeah, that's $25 trillion is our GDP. Our debt is 31 trillion, and our taxes, federal tax, is 4 trillion.
That's how much Americans are paying over the course of a year?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so by that faction.
Well, this is live, obviously. We're seeing these numbers go up consistently. Live.
Okay, because we just signed the deal for our so that the government doesn't shut down.
No, this is the world debt clock. So we have the largest of $31 trillion in debt. China's behind us in 10 trillion. Japan is 15 trillion. Germany 3 trillion. UK 3 trillion. India 2 trillion. France 3. Italy 3. Brazil 1. Canada 1. Then from Argentina, Australia, Belgium, Greece, they're in the thousand. No, this is millions. 370
Billions.
billions, right? Billions, sorry. 370 billion. They're not even in the trillions. They're in the billions. Up to Russia's in $301 billion in debt. Turkey 231
Okay,
billion.
so go back up.
So we are leading the world
the
in debt.
analogy that we came up with like
Look at
5 to
this.
10 minutes ago.
Our external debt to GDP ratio is 101%, as opposed to China, which is 10%. Japan is 79%. Oh my God. Germany is 140%. UK 292%. Oh my God.
All right, so let's say
the debt in UK to what they earn is 292% negative. Oh my God.
and we're at how many? How bad are we?
We are 101
negative.
Uh-huh.
Because I'm looking at the numbers here, and let me see what I'm about to say makes sense.
Well, just for those that are listening, I just want you to get some context here, because I also have the benefit of being a realtor at some point in a time in my life, and I have that as well, and I know how banks loan out. So just to give you an idea, banks don't loan unless you have a debt to income ratio, which is something around like 30%. Right? If you have more than 30% of debt in comparison to your income, they're not going to loan to you. They're going to be like, your debt to income ratio is too high.
Right.
This is 101%. So
Okay.
who in their right mind is loaning to these people when banks wouldn't even do that at 30%? And then you have UK at 292%.
But listen to my thought and see if this is coming from a guy who knows absolutely squat about numbers, because I'm not boy am I not an economist. But go back to the clock.
Okay.
So can you blow that up a little bit so I can have a better
let me see. Now this is the world clock. You want the US clock?
Okay, but no, I'm looking at the national debt, right?
Mm-hmm.
At 31 trillion, and then our GDP, gross domestic product, at 25 trillion, right?
Mm-hmm.
So make this make sense for me. That green GDP, that 25 trillion, is what we're making on a national level a year.
Right.
And then the red is the national debt of what we owe people nationally.
Right.
So what if we take 10 trillion of that and lop off $10 trillion off that debt? How better will we be economically?
I mean, if we
how impossible is that to do?
I don't know, but I was hearing that what makes it almost virtually impossible is that once your debt reaches over a certain limit, it almost is impossible to do and to make any movements from that point, because now you're kind of stuck. Like, for example, I actually looked up here the exact debt to income ratio, and it says, what do lenders consider a good debt to income ratio? A general rule of thumb is to keep your overall debt to income ratio at or below 43%. So they have a debt to income ratio of 101%. Therefore, meaning that no matter how much you try to bolster up, like your income, it's almost like what they say about dieting. You can't out train a bad diet,
Okay.
right? You know, you can't um pay, or you can't out train this bad spending habit that we have here, because our gross domestic product is not going to increase by all that much, since we don't have the factories in place. We don't have a infrastructure to increase it. And in order for us to build that infrastructure, you need the oil, which we're running low on. So it's almost an impossible thing. But let me look up
But
the.
there's something that this clock is gnawing at me.
Mm,
We have a $31 trillion debt.
mm,
We have a GDP of 25 trillion.
mm.
What is our spending?
What do you mean?
How much do the United States spend on
That debt is our spending money. That debt is what we're spending.
this is not what we owe. It is what we actually spending.
That's what we spending, yeah. Or spent. That's what we spent this year.
31 trillion.
Right.
So infrastructure, giving out welfare, food stamps, all is in the national debt.
Yep.
And what about, because if that's in there, I thought this is our money that we're borrowing.
This is money that we're borrowing.
So how does that
we're borrowing that money to pay for our infrastructure, our military, our infrastructure, our politicians and our bureaucrats, our officials and all that, our homeless program. That's what we borrow for that purpose, to pay those things.
Okay. Just so that our audience know that what we're saying is not BS, is our GDP linked to our yearly
It says here,
spending?
it funds the U.S. national debt funds pensions and other programs such as Social Security, and the U.S. federal government adds to the national debt whenever it spends more than it receives in tax revenue. Each year's budget deficit is added to the debt, while each budget surplus is subtracted from it. So whatever we can get out of taxes, in comparison to what our debt is, and we haven't been getting. We got only 4 trillion out of taxes, and 31 trillion in debt.
Okay, so over here it says gross domestic product is the standard measure of value added created through the production of goods and services in a country during a certain period. As such, it also measures the income earned from that product, or the total amount spent or final goods and services. So, measuring GDP measures the monetary value of final goods and services, that is, those that are bought by the final user product in a country, is given a period of time. It counts all of the output generated within the borders of a country. But it's still not answering my question. Or
So
maybe it is.
what's your question? Maybe I can like come clarify it for.
Okay, so the United States borrows this money, right, and that's the national debt. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
So the national debt corresponds to our spending.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what they're saying.
Yes. Yeah.
But on a domestic level or on a national level,
Well,
or
those are the
everything
same
as
thing.
a whole.
What you're saying at domestic and national level is the same. I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, because we spend a lot of money on you're right, domestic and national is I meant international. That's what I meant.
No, so so what we're spending, like for example, on the war in Ukraine and that stuff,
Is that figured in that debt?
Yes. Every dollar that the United States spends on black ops, on pensions, on all that stuff, any money that the United States has is from our taxes and the debt.
Okay, so when I'm sending money to Africa, or when I'm sending money to, let's say, Venezuela, I don't know how much we're sending to this country, but let's for hypothetical reasons. If I'm sending Venezuela 400 million in aid, and I'm sending to Africa 250 million in aid, that's all part of that national debt.
Yes. Well, that's you have to look at it like this. That's like,
so do we have a national debt and an international debt, or no? Everything's roped up into one. Well, we owe people abroad, and what we owe.
Okay, so that's where I think your confusion is. Where is this debt coming from?
Yes.
Right. So yes, that debt is coming from abroad. It's not coming from,
because I'm pretty
one
sure
nation. It's
we're
coming
borrowing from ourselves too. Like
no, but we can't.
So we can't borrow, let's say, do we borrow for, let's say, from a guy like Jeff Bezos?
Well, in a sense, there is a way that we do that, but the way we do that, the way we borrow from somebody like a Jeff Bezos, is the United States issues out what is called bonds, right? Just like Apple can issue out a bond,
right?
United States itself issues out a bond, and when you're paying for that bond, that's
how we borrow from,
right, from the
people.
Investors. Because what happens is the investors, just like they say to themselves, Apple's good for it. They're gonna be able to pay that debt. They look at, same thing with U.S. Treasury bonds. They look at it like, well, the United States is good for it. They're gonna be able to pay that bond.
Okay, so then that's where my question comes together. So this 31 trillion, it involves it's also correlated to the bonds that we are giving out to certain people within the United States.
Well, I don't think that is including those bonds, because our derivatives debt is a
It goes
different
to
number.
show you that I have no dick about financing.
Yeah, our derivatives debt, what the bonds, our derivatives debt is a different box. This national debt here is the debt that we are owing to other countries.
Because I think what's got me twisted is the term national as opposed to international. So national meaning this is what our nation owes
to other countries. Right.
Okay. Not include, and that's not including bonds and all that stuff that we're doing within in-house, for lack of a better word.
Right. So this is just what we are asking other countries for in loans, like the loans that we're getting from other countries. This is that debt, that amount that we've been given from other countries.
So let's see. We struck a new deal, right? For new deal. Struck. I would believe it's for.
So we struck a new deal for what exactly?
Remember that we were gonna shut down because we needed to get
last year.
No, we're talking about this just happened this Friday.
Oh, I wasn't aware of this. So there was lockdown. The government was
yeah, we were gonna shut down.
Oh, I didn't know this.
And this Friday, right before the holiday, we extended the deal over to September, I think it is. Let's see what they say over here. Chuck Schumer. Come on, computer. Stop fucking with me.
So, did we just explain a little bit on the national debt? So, your question about what we did for extending the shutdown, what we do with that is we're basically like in the time where we're at a government shutdown or where they're coming up with the budget, right? You have two sides of the fence. You have the Republican mindset, which is like, stop printing fucking money.
Right.
And you have the liberal mindset, which is make the fucking national debt until infinity. Like, why we have a cap? Just put it up until infinity so that we can continuously borrow perpetually money to pay for the things that we already said we were going to pay for. But the Republican mindset is saying that's really stupid because we cannot pay for an infinite amount of debt. Who's going to pay for this? Now, the way we've been kind of skating by is that our mortgage or our monthly or our minimum payment, let's just say out of $31 trillion, let's just say our minimum payment is 10 trillion. We can pay 10 trillion because our GDP is 25. Right. But if we just keep making that national debt higher and higher every year, we'll never be able to, like, all we're doing is paying the minimum balance. And that's initially how people get stuck in those credit card loops where you max out your credit card and then you pay the minimum balance, but yet your card never goes down because there's fees and there's things, and then it goes back up, and then you're paying the minimum balance, and your balance never goes.
You're perpetually in debt forever.
Forever. And that's what the liberals want. And that's what the Republicans are trying to tell the liberals, like, stop what the hell you're doing, because you're putting our future generations perpetually in debt. This is not good. This is not good.
Right, because our future, like for me, Lilu's screwed.
My daughter. Yeah. Yeah.
When she grows up, imagine what's the national debt going to be when she grows up.
I don't know. I really don't know. It's a scary thing to realize that we have an unlimited credit card and we're just racking it up, and we don't even know what our limits are, and we're blown. I mean, we're a 101% debt to income ratio, which is really bad. I mean, if banks don't even land on 40, if you're are higher than 43%, and we're at 101, that's not good at all. But
Okay.
meanwhile, the other really scary thing here is that if you look at China's debt to income ratio is at a healthy 10%. So in their economy,
They're doing much better than us.
right? If you look at it like credit score, we got a 500. United States, I got a 500 credit score, while China got a 7 to 800 credit score. Like they got good credit. I mean, their debt to income ratio is good, which is why everybody is doing business in China.
Absolutely. So I got the report over here. It says Congress rolls out a 1.7 trillion spending deal in a race to Friday's deadline. So they passed this. Congress unveils a 1.7 trillion spending package early Tuesday that would fund the government for at least the rest of the fiscal year, completing the annual process that begun this spring when President Joe Biden sent lawmakers his budget request. Now, they struck this deal because the fiscal year ends what, in like June, July?
I'm not sure. Let's see.
So this deal that they made,
12 consecutive months, beginning January 1st and ending December 31st.
the fiscal year?
That's what I typed in here. Oh, it says here fiscal year, 12 consecutive months ending on the last day of any month except December.
I think our fiscal
It
year.
says the current fiscal year 2022, ends on September 30th, 2022.
Oh, September 30th, 2020. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. So then next year's.
So next year starts in October.
So it'll end in. Okay, so it makes sense because this.
So we're in 2023's fiscal year right now.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So our fiscal year ends in October of 2023.
Mm-hmm.
So they struck a $1.7 trillion deal until September of 2023.
Mm-hmm.
So that $1.7 trillion package is roped in to the national spending.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. So that's because whenever they, for example, when there's a government budget, when they're at the end of the fiscal year and they got to come up with how we're going to pay for this, they got to find the funds. So they got to go, and if they don't have it, they got to go into their coffers and ask, Britain and all these other people in China for money. That's where they get their money from, because if they don't get it in tax revenue, they have no other means of getting it. So they ask for a loan in the hopes that we can maintain paying our minimum balance, and eventually our future generations will pay down our debt.
This seems like it's a never-ending process.
Yeah, and I'm actually looking for something that helped me understand this. So just give me 1 second here.
I myself, to be quite honest, probably are our audience is doing the same.
Which is
this shit puts me to sleep.
Well, this is important.
It is
It's very
very
important.
important, but it's just my God. It's so tedious. Numbers and numbers. They're so tedious to me.
Imagine what I used to do. That was
I would never be able to do that type of job.
I had that 8 hours a day.
I would never be able to do it.
More sometimes. So bear with me here because I do have a report here that explains a little bit on the coming crisis and a little bit on the how the economy works, how this stuff is done. So just give me 1 second here.
I won't thrive in a job like that. No fucking way.
No, well, it wasn't easy. Let me tell you that. There was nothing about that job was easy. It's very difficult. And you know, it was a lot of uh math. It was a lot of math and formulas and stuff like that, but um it's useful. It turned out to be very, very useful, and I'm grateful for it, even though it was a headache, and I didn't particularly enjoy the job while I was doing it, but you know, it was helpful because now I understand a little bit of the economy more than I did before.
Yeah. I really struggle with that, with economic stuff.
Okay, so let me see. I think I found it here. I think I found the here we go. I think this is it. Or let me see. How money is created. I think that's what it was. Right. So let me see here. No, it wasn't this.
But anyway,
Yeah, I mean,
we gotta move on.
We gotta move on because we gotta clear out the Trello. But man, I had this interesting report that really went back into to give you a full detail of what this was. Let me see. Let me just check to see if this is the report that I saw. Because
quite fast. Demand for what? Stuff.
no, this wasn't it. All right. Well, that being said, while I'm looking while I'm looking for that, let's go back because I did mention something that was a part of the Trello about the Chinese victims, and for those of you that were listening, I was talking about that there's people being disappeared in China.
Yes.
And this one is a crazy one. So it's a 15-minute report, but I'm gonna give you just a little snippet of that. All right. So
2022, a Chinese high school student disappeared without a trace from a gated middle school. This sparked national concern and panic among many parents in China. When news of the boy's disappearance first broke out, several portal websites in China such as Sohu.com, NetEase News, and Sina.com reported it. According to media reports at the time, Hu Xinyu, a 15-year-old first-year high school student, attended Zheyuan Middle School in a county in Shangrao City, Jiangxi Province. The school is a private, full-time boarding school and one of the largest private schools in Shangrao, with 80 classes and more than 3,800 enrolled students. It has been awarded the title of an outstanding school and advanced school in the county for more than 10 consecutive years. It has also been named an outstanding private school and excellent school by the Shangrao municipal government many times. It has very strict management of personnel and vehicle access with barbed wire installed on top of most of the campus fences.
Looks like a
On
prison.
the evening of
Yep.
October 14th, 2022, Hu Xinyu left the dorm for his evening reading class. He vanished on his way and at a distance of fewer than 100 meters. The distance from the dormitory to the school building is about 100 meters, and there is a section of more than 10 meters that the surveillance camera doesn't cover. The school has no explanation for why this distance is set as a blind spot for surveillance. When Hu Xinyu disappeared, he only had a recorder on him. His phone, watch, ID card, and cash were left in the dorm. Later, the school claimed that the surveillance log for that day was lost. A source told overseas Chinese media that there were 6 surveillance cameras in the school. All the information for that day, October 14th, had gone missing. One of the cameras missed only data on that particular day when Hu disappeared, while the other days were okay. The other 5 cameras have all the data after the incident, but the data before the incident has gone missing. The school couldn't explain the missing data, so it referred the case to the local police. The explanation given to Hu's family by the police was contrary to the one given by the CCTV manufacturer's customer services. The two accounts don't corroborate each other. In addition, within 31 minutes after Hu's disappearance, 13 vehicles left the campus, which led many netizens to suspect that it was because certain things couldn't be done in the few minutes on campus. Hence, a fleet of vehicles came to assist. According to these, all these vehicles were fine. The Chinese media reporting that the school had rummaged through all the corners, even draining the lake and septic tanks, and found nothing. This has raised suspicion in some people that the school authorities might be rushing to drain the septic tanks to erase any possible clues or traces of the missing boy. China has cameras everywhere. In addition, it has a serious cell phone tracking system. Both cell phones and health codes are monitored by the Epidemic Prevention Department, and anyone can be traced at a glance if they want to track a particular person. If someone is missing from a gated school, it is almost certain that the relevant information is suppressed by the government to prevent the person from being found. Hu Xinyu's family revealed that he was carrying a recorder when he disappeared. Why would he take the recorder with him? Some netizens speculated that Hu was approached by someone who wanted to talk. This person must have known him, so it could be his teacher or the principal, etc. He might have taken the recorder because he wanted to record and review the conversation later. A video of a half-naked boy being carried on a stretcher has been circulating online. The footage was said to be recovered from the school surveillance video, but because the content is too sensitive and may be yellow labeled, we won't present it here. If you want to see the entire footage, please visit a new platform called...
So what do you think of this?
Of course, there's a lot of suspicion there. There's a lot of funny.
In a place that's supposedly like the surveillance state that supposedly has chosen in the equation freedom or security, they've chosen security. But how secure is it when people are turning up missing? Like,
but this again, this is just one example. How many of these have happened over a course of a year?
I don't know.
Because I mean that what basically happened there.
Well, in this one, and it says here, 1 million have been missing in 2020.
1 million kids?
Yeah.
You got to show that to the audience.
Yeah. So it says here in the title, right here, 1 million missing in 2020.
You got to pull up that article.
I mean, it's probably gonna say it here.
Ganjing World. It means a clean world. We'll leave the link in the content description below. If the link doesn't work, please search China Insights and Ganjing World to find the unabridged version. Another video also surfaced that shows a man screaming at the cameraman, "I'll never spare you." He is allegedly the principal of Juyuan Middle School who is making threats at the reporter. I won't spare you now, and I won't spare you in the future either. I have a question, Chief. I said I won't bother with this matter anymore. Can you leave me alone? That's even more impossible. I tell you, you've already pissed me off. Among the many pieces of information, the most concerning thing is that the school had a medical exam before Hu disappeared. A recording has been spreading online in which a local person broke the news that the Juyuan Middle School employs the best teachers and the quality of education is
Okay, but
very
it's
good.
not telling us of
Still,
that
it's not
astronomical number.
I'll get to it, I'm sure.
Shi province. Other sources have echoed the story. There have been strange disappearances from Jiyuan Middle School in recent years,
Here we
including
go.
a young female teacher. A video shows a large number of local people blocking the entrance of the school in protest after Hu Xinyu's disappearance. It may indicate that the claim that people have mysteriously gone missing from the school is not an empty one. What's unusual is that the principal and vice principal of this high school, the vice principal being the bald one, are very aggressive when faced with parents who were there to hold them accountable. More than 50 days after Hu's disappearance, in the face of public inquiries, China's official media have been dispelling rumors, claiming that it wasn't the school where Hu disappeared from and that the story of the recording pen was a rumor. In recent years, a large number of juvenile students have disappeared without a trace. The Chinese government's ubiquitous surveillance system seems to be collectively dysfunctional in response to these disappearances, and official media report on them. In November 2022, the disappearance of a boy in Wuhan had sparked widespread concern among Chinese people. On November 12, 2022, around 8:30 in the evening, a 14-year-old boy from Wuhan, Liao Yucheng, went downstairs to dump trash. He then vanished strangely. On November 21st, a video of a group chat in the boy's neighborhood was posted online. In the footage, someone said
hold
that the boy
on.
was
I found a statistic here that might
I found something too over here as well.
it says here missing persons statistics by country in 2022. You have in China 1,425,887,337 people missing in China. In comparison to the United States, which has 338,289,857.
Okay, and this is missing person statistics by country in 2022.
So they got 1.4 million missing people in China with their surveillance state.
And these are adults and children all lumped together.
I guess so.
Because over here, I see how many kids missing in China in a year in China. Estimates vary on the number of children who go missing in China every year. Some put the number at 70,000. Others say it's closer to 200,000.
Wow.
Regardless, most studies agree that only a very small number, perhaps 0.1, are ever found and reunited with their families. So something's going on over there for sure.
For sure. Now, that being said, with that finally dispelled from our Trello, we have the other thing that hopefully get insight on how the world economy works. I'll give you
we're back to that, aren't we?
Give you a little snippet. I found what I was looking for here, so I'll give you a little snippet.
The changing order. The times ahead will be radically different from those that we've experienced in our lifetimes, though similar to many times before. How do I know that? Because they always have been. Over my roughly 50 years of global macroeconomic investing, I've learned the hard way that the most important events that surprised me did so because they never happened in my lifetime. These painful surprises led me to study the last 500 years of history for similar situations, where I saw that they had indeed happened many times before, with the ups and the downs of the Dutch, British, and U.S. empires. And every time they did, it was a sign of the changing world order. This study taught me valuable lessons that I'm going to pass along to you here in a distilled form. You can find the comprehensive version in my book, Principles of the Changing World Order. Let me begin with a story that brought me to this point, about how I learned to anticipate the future by studying the past. In 1971, when I was a young clerk on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, the United States ran out of money and defaulted on its debts. That's right, the U.S. ran out of money. How? Well, back then, gold was the money used in transactions between countries. Paper money, like the dollar, was like checks in a checkbook, in that it had no value other than it could be exchanged for gold, which was the real money. At the time, the United States was spending a lot more money than it was earning by writing a lot more of these paper money checks than it had gold in the bank to exchange for them. As people turned these checks into the bank for gold money, the amount of gold in the U.S. started to dwindle. It soon became obvious that the U.S. couldn't keep its promises for all the existing paper money, so people holding dollars rushed to exchange them before the gold ran out. Recognizing that the U.S. was going to run out of real money, on Sunday evening, August 15th, President Nixon went on television to tell the world that the U.S. was breaking its promise to let people exchange their dollars for gold. Of course, he didn't say it that way. He said it more diplomatically, without making it clear that the United States was defaulting.
The strength of a nation's currency is based on the strength of that nation's economy. And the American economy is by far the strongest in the world. Accordingly, I have directed the Secretary of the Treasury to take the action necessary to defend the dollar against the speculators. I have directed Secretary Connally to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets, except in amounts and conditions determined to be in the interest of monetary stability and in the best interest of the United States.
I watched in awe, realizing that money as we understood it was ending. What a crisis. I expected the stock market to plunge the next day, so I got on the exchange floor early to prepare. When the opening bell rang, pandemonium broke out, but not the kind I expected. The market was up, way up, and went on to rise nearly 25%. That surprised me, because I never experienced a currency devaluation before. When I dug into history, I discovered that the exact same thing happened in 1933 and had the exact same effect. Then paper dollars were also linked to gold, which the U.S. was running out of because it was spending more paper money checks than it had gold to exchange for them. And President Roosevelt announced on the radio that he would break the country's promise to exchange dollars for gold.
It was then that I issued the proclamation providing for the national bank holiday. And this was the first step in the government's reconstruction of our financial and economic fabric. The second step, last Thursday, was the legislation promptly and patriotically passed by the Congress, confirming my proclamation and broadening my powers so that it became possible, in view of the requirement of time, to extend the holiday and lift the ban of that holiday gradually in the days to come. This law also gave authority to develop a program of rehabilitation of
In both
standard
cases,
dropped.
breaking the link to gold allowed the U.S. to continue spending more than it earned, simply by printing more paper dollars. Since there was an increase in the number of dollars without an increase in the country's wealth, the value of each dollar fell. As these new dollars entered the market, without a corresponding increase in productivity, they went to buy lots of stocks, gold, and commodities, and hence caused their prices to rise. As I studied more history, I saw that the exact same thing happened many, many times before. I saw that since the beginning of time, when governments spent much more than they took in taxes, and conditions got bad, they ran out of money and they needed more. So they
Well, that's
printed
logical.
more,
Right.
a lot more, which made its value fall and made the prices of most everything, including stocks, gold, and commodities, rise. That's when I first learned the principle that when central banks print a lot of money to relieve a crisis, buy stocks, gold, and commodities, because their value will rise and the value of paper money will fall. This printing of money is also what happened in 2008 to relieve the mortgage-driven debt crisis, and in 2020 to relieve the pandemic-driven economic crisis, and it almost certainly will happen in the future. So I suggest that you keep this principle in mind. These experiences gave me another principle, which
So you're
is
following? This is a long thing, but this little introduction explains to you, how they, how does money work? Where is this money coming from?
Right.
How do they issue debt? So you're getting a good understanding a little bit.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to watch this on my own.
Yeah. Let's see if we'll give it a little bit more, and then we will move on.
to understand what is coming at you, you need to understand what happened before you. That principle led me to study how the Roaring Twenties bubble turned into the 1930s depression, which gave me the lessons that allowed me to anticipate and profit from the 2007 bubble, turning into the 2008 bust. All these experiences led me to develop an almost instinctual urge to look to the past for similar situations to learn how to handle the future well. Changing orders. Over the last few years, three big things that hadn't happened in my lifetime prompted me to do this study. First, countries didn't have enough money to pay their debts, even after lowering interest rates to zero, so their central banks began printing lots of money to do so. Second, big internal conflicts emerged due to growing gaps in wealth and values. This showed up in political populism and polarization between the left, who want to redistribute wealth, and the right, who want to defend those holding the wealth. And third, increasing external conflict between a rising great power and the leading great power, as is now happening with China and the United States. So I looked back. I saw that all these had happened together before, many times, and nearly always led to changing domestic and world orders. The last time this sequence happened was from 1930 to 1945.
World War II.
What exactly is an order, you might ask? It's a governing system for people dealing with each other. There are internal orders for governing within countries, typically laid out in constitutions. And there is a world order for governing between countries, typically laid out in treaties. Internal orders change at different times than world orders, though whether within or between countries, these orders typically change after wars.
You gotta devote.
But you understand this a little bit. You're getting what it's getting.
Yeah.
So basically, what it's getting down to is how how certain countries are rising, how we're printing money, where the ways we print money through the derivatives, through the loans that banks print, that's all printing money. And as
But initially, all this is telling us, in a nutshell, that history has a very strange way of repeating itself.
Yeah.
So you can attack certain problems that are coming in the future by looking in your past to see how we dealt with certain problems in the past.
Well, what he's saying is that, contrary to popular belief, where people think, the New World Order is a conspiracy theory, it's not a conspiracy theory. In fact, it's something that's happened several times throughout the years, So the fact,
it's definitely not a conspiracy theory.
right,
This is happening.
right, and
It's
it
been
has
happening
happened.
for hundreds of years.
Right, and happened before and will continue to happen.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So this is all part of how the powers that be control everything.
And for those that are listening, these are the things that I look to, and this is how I know the information that I know. I mean, I'm not book smarts in the sense that I don't gather this knowledge from universities. I've done my research through videos like that, and that's where I can kind of say with confidence some of the things that I say in terms of the economy and things like that. I do these research, and to me it helps me understand it a little bit better.
I believe we might get a call from the Warlock.
Oh yeah. Okay. So yeah, so that's that with the New World Order, and as you heard, we had the bell, so it's time for another break.
Yeah. Oh, here comes the call.
You got to connect to the cast.
Hold on, Tommy. Hold on. Let me connect you to the cast.
Are you connected?
Let's see. Tommy, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
How you doing, Mr. Warlock?
Everything good. Everything good. Okay, roaming, heading to work. Yes, yes. How you guys doing? How you guys coping with this climate change?
Oh my God, it's brutal out here.
Well, you had called us during our break, and being that you're on the line here, I want to share a commercial with you.
Okay.
Bored but bossy? Desperate for power and upset nobody will listen to you? Keen to patronize? Try a career in human resources. Your job is to fire people or make them feel bad for telling funny jokes. Take the joy and pleasure out of the workplace. Work is called work for a reason. It shouldn't be fun. You'll have more power than management. Make people fill out long questionnaires about their feelings so you can sell the data or blackmail them at a later point. Get paid to snoop on employee email. Train for 3 evenings and you'll be qualified to begin an exciting career as a human resources professional. Contact Ovine Human Resources Academy today.
And I got one more for you.
Man, it sounds funny, but I mean, this is reality already.
This is reality, yes.
I got one more for you.
At Fly US, your business is important to us. That's why we treat you like shit. We know you have a choice when choosing an airline: awful, dreadful, or terrible. And we promise you, we're striving to be awful. Fly US. Sit back, relax, and shut up.
Oh wow, this is this war is crazy. You guys know my stepson Michael, right? I know
Oh, of course, yes.
Right. Well, his best where he works. One of his good buddies, co-worker, is a great cook. He was in the same restaurant working with him. He was there before him. He was there for 14 years.
Wow.
They let him go. They fired him like 2 weeks ago.
For what reason?
Well, he was goofing around with a black guy, a buddy of him, a coworker, black guy.
Okay.
And they went back and forth, calling each other, you dirty hoe, or they were goofing around.
Oh, no.
And my his coworker friend called him, you mullah, what the hell are you talking about? And one of them server overheard the conversation, and he went up to the management and told them, look, this is offensive. I don't like to hear that type of talk. One of your that guy she pointed out who it was, that he overheard him saying, you mullah. Well, they call him the next day, and boom, they let him go. They fired
So
him.
he was calling his coworker a moolie,
Yeah.
which is a derogatory term for Afro-American in Italian. Am I correct?
Right, yeah, but
Which is like equivalent to the N-word.
right, but they that's how they play around. They were
It was friendly banter.
right. They knew each other like for a long time, and they started goofing with each other, calling each other names. Like I know the black guy would call him, you stick. You don't know shit. You this and that, and then this was going on for quite a while.
So they would insult each other, using derogatory terms against each other. But in the end, it was just friendly banter. What friends do when guys get together, it's like your mama jokes. Your mama is this, your mama that.
Right.
And so externally, somebody that's not in their circle heard this, and they were offended by what they were saying. So then they went to what? To HR?
Yeah, right there to the office, to the management.
To
right
management
there,
and said what these guys are doing is offensive.
They're black and white, clear as crystal.
But now there's a little there's something funny added to that happens to that. Like maybe a week later or something like that. This was Michael telling me. They call him in the office and they told him, look, as you are aware, we so and so is not with us anymore. It's no longer with us. We had to let him go. So they explained to him what happened, and then they told him, you got to be careful what kind of language the higher to stepping up in rank. You know, so that's why they.
I
So Michael
see.
told me, yeah, he told me they use that as a sort of like an excuse, I guess.
Yeah, it makes sense because he's probably threatening somebody else's job.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Yeah, but it's like crazy. The world, like, everything is upside down.
Yeah.
You know, and this is every day, every day, every day. Across America,
You cannot even have friendly banter freely anymore. Because then not even in the workplace. I mean, I don't know. It's just that this world it's becoming restrictive to the point that you don't know how to talk anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I feel it too. I mean, where I work, there's a lot more hippie and liberal people, and sometimes the conversation tends to get a little political for some reason. Sometimes, in normal conversation, it just happens to get that way, or they mention something that's going on in the country, and somehow or another, it just gets a little political. And I always take the stance that the same stance that we take here is that we're not on anybody's side. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat.
Right.
Right. But it's insane to hear some of the people, some of these Democrats saying that, the fact that there's one Republican is too much.
Too much.
Yeah. The fact that one Republican, they should be expelled or somehow eliminated from our country, kind of. And it's just
But
like,
you see where the double standard is? That person does not get reprimanded for saying that.
Right.
But if the situation will be the other way around,
you're a Nazi racist.
If you're a Republican and you say one Democrat is just too much,
right?
That's it. That's it. You will get fired if you are reported.
Oh yeah,
because you're a Republican and you're saying that there's too many Democrats.
There's a guy that in my job that I didn't see him, but before I started working there, he supposedly, because of the things that he had to say, got fired in a week. It didn't take him a week to get fired for the things that he had to say.
Wow. So it's best you just keep your trap shut.
Yeah.
And don't say a goddamn thing at the workplace.
Yeah, I try not to engage too much when the conversation gets a little political.
And it's hard to do, let me tell you.
It's hard, especially because some of my coworkers know, for those of you who are listening out there, some of my coworkers know that I have a podcast. So, they kind of ask me for my opinions because they listen to the show. And sometimes, I keep some of my, like, especially with more controversial topics like Mr. Kanye West or whatever, I keep that, very, very down to a minimum if I can avoid it. But I do have opinions on it. It's just, I'm afraid of the repercussions of me expressing my opinions, which is not a good sign for a country that is based in freedom of speech.
I mean, we're the victim of that just by way of what YouTube does to us.
Right. I mean, how many times have we? I mean, not only has our YouTube content been taken down, but now they're coming after us for our products too.
Yeah.
So it's for those of you who are listening, we are dealing with a current battle with our payment provider, the provider that accepts our payments on our website, because they don't support our supplements, calling them pseudo pharmaceuticals,
Pseudo-pharmaceuticals.
which is like, what the hell are you doing? Like, you're mislabeling our product here, and everything is about misinformation these days. Well, that's misinformation. I mean,
all the information on our vitamins are posted on the bottle
by regulation,
which if it's regulated by the government.
Well, the manufacturer that we've partnered up with, we actually have a compliance department that it took me many months designing the logos and everything and the wording for the bottles, because everything needed to be in accordance to the state law, the government, state and federal law. So we have a system in place, a reputable vendor, and we're selling supplements, not pseudo pharmaceuticals. We're not trying to.
We're not selling pharmaceutical. I mean,
anything pharmaceutical. Period. We're not selling pharmaceuticals.
We're not selling we're not selling medication.
Exactly.
We're selling supplements.
Supplements, specifically mushroom extracts and multivitamins, coffee. And this is stuff that is
but what they're saying is, when you go to a pharmacy and you buy the actual vitamins and supplements from a pharmacy, we're actually buying pseudo pharmaceuticals.
I guess so, or generic drugs is, I guess, pseudo pharmaceuticals. I don't know what pseudo pharmaceuticals in their definition is, but just to say that they're coming up, they're attacking us by the payment method on how we accept payments is a new thing. I mean, we're using.
How are they liable for what we're selling if they just accepting the payment?
No, it's that the Shopify's payments are saying that we only accept payments for these types of products. And that's it. Anything outside of these products,
it's so much bullshit.
it's like they have control over what people can buy and sell. Another thing that got us in trouble was that at one point we were selling survival knives, and through a reputable company that was partnered with the Shopify platform, and they stopped our payments for that as well, because apparently you can't sell their payment platform did not accept knives as a product.
Oh, we got to go somewhere else. Can we go like to PayPal or something like that?
PayPal has also been known to do that too. They all are in some way do that, and that's in the nutshell is our problem. That they're basically creating these funnels or what do you call that, gateways, where you have to go through the payment provider, and the payment provider has all the power to stop
to
reject your payments.
Oh boy. But anyway, we got the Warlock online. How was your Christmas, sir?
It was very good, but I want to touch just a little. I want to add a little more to this whole thing about censoring the speech. Little do these people know that this movement eventually is going to come back and bite them in the ass, so to speak. All these people that are for like censoring the freedom of speech is going to come and hit them in the pocket in one way or another. As an example, look what happened to the Tesla stock. It dropped considerably. It lost billions of dollars.
Right.
I don't know about billions, but it lost like.
Elon Musk is hurting right now.
Yes.
Yeah, because like this guy decided to purchase Twitter. Now everything, but who buys Tesla cars by majority?
Rich people.
Rich people, yeah.
Yeah, all these people that are for these what do you call the climate change movement? All these people, like all
Mhm.
these
Yeah,
pro-
The
environmentalists.
environmentalists, green people.
yeah. So there you go. So they need to be careful how the censoring how far they want to take this, because eventually they're gonna suffer a lot, and maybe
Well,
even
get this,
them.
Warlock. I heard a report on the radio, and I think it was on Coast to Coast, that this dude. Oh, actually, it wasn't Coast to Coast. It was on XM Radio. That this dude, right, went out and bought 2 brand new Teslas, right,
Mhm.
and he went, because evidently when the way you buy a Tesla is online. You go to oh, hold on, Jarrell. I mean, Pablo. Something is on.
There we go.
There we go. So anyway, this guy he's not only buying one, he's buying 2 Teslas, right? He buys it online, because this is how evidently how you buy a Tesla. You do the application, you do everything online, and then you just go to Tesla to pick up the car. So he did the whole process. He got approved. He did the payment, everything. Now all he has to do is go pick up the cars. He hears that Elon Musk allows Donald Trump to get back on Twitter. He gave back the 2 cars. He gave back the 2 cars. So by this faction, it means that the hell with the environment. If you don't agree with my political values, environment be damned. So there's stipulations on how you how you be an environmentalist. So if you have the keys to save the environment, but you're a Republican,
right?
We're not going to use your idea.
Yeah,
it's not valid.
It's right. It's like what we just described in the last cast, where the Democrats had this great idea. Why don't we just stop paying the mortgages for a year?
Yeah, push the mortgage back 1 year.
Right. And then the Republicans are like, oh no, you don't want. And then a couple of years later, the Republicans
the Democrats came with the idea.
Right.
And it was reversed.
Yeah, the Republicans come up with the idea. Oh, this new idea. Why don't we stop the mortgages for a year throughout the COVID? And the Democrats are, no, we can't do that. And this is what we described or what we explained in the last cast. It just seems like nobody wants the other team to get credit for the good thing.
Right. And now this Twitter stuff. I mean, Elon Musk now is ranked like number 4 or 5?
Let's see.
He went from being the wealthiest man in the world to like a scumbag. Like he's the world's scumbag now. What did he do that was so bad?
I don't. Well, that's the big. It says here, Musk's net worth dropped to around 181.3 billion, which makes Musk number 2 on the list, ahead of Gautam Adani. And Amazon.
He's at number 2.
He went from number 1 to number 2.
Oh, and the liberals are loving it.
Oh my god,
they are loving it. They're like celebrating this shit.
Yeah.
Oh, why?
I don't know. Because you know what it is? Is because they don't like the free speech platform. I mean, isn't it abundantly clear they hate? This is what Donald Trump wanted to do with the Truth Social, the free speech platform, and everybody that's up for this free speech, they don't want the free speech. They're afraid of free speech because free speech and terrorism are kind of linked together because terrorism
But
uses
there's
speech
like a
to
double
recruit.
standard to this free speech.
Right.
It's the speech they only want the speech that they deem
right
as allowed.
Right.
But it's only their free speech.
Right.
I'm not entitled to my opinion at all.
No, they want what the FCC was for the radio broadcasters, where they couldn't curse, they had to be on their P's and Q's, only certain things that they could mention. They want that for every citizen in the United States. They want a China. They want for us to,
but yet,
but you asked a great question. You said, what did Elon Musk do? What did he do? And I'll tell you what he did.
He let Donald Trump back on his platform.
No, he's pickling with the beast, which is the Democratic Party, because now he's releasing these Twitter files. You heard about this?
Ah, yes. This is big.
Yeah, I have
Warlock, are you aware of this?
Yeah. Well, remember, I touched up on this not too long ago. I don't know if I was on the private line with you, Anesto, or on the podcast, but I brought up that these guys in Washington and also scattered around the United States, these guys are shooting bricks now because if this guy Elon Musk decides to start getting deep into what happened from like maybe all the way up to like maybe 5 years ago, and start digging for like for files and all these things that were said or what were tweeted on this through Twitter. Now he can bring back that information or whatever, and he has a lot of dirt.
Oh yes. Oh
so
yes.
That's why they're trying desperate to like bring him down, so that he doesn't have a leg to stand on.
Yeah, because it's coming to light that the FBI and the CIA had a lot of sway on who can say whatever they wanted on that platform. So they were like, no, this guy can't take this guy out, take this guy out. This guy's allowed. Not this guy, not this guy. This guy's not allowed.
Well, I have here a Fox report. It says Twitter files expose government influence on suppressing COVID messages that contradicted the White House. It says here the latest reporting on documents referred to as the Twitter files reveals efforts from both the Trump and Biden administrations to suppress ideas on social media related to the COVID-19 pandemic. In a lengthy Twitter thread, Free Press writer David Zweig cited internal files from Twitter that showed that the social media giant rigged the COVID debate at the behest of the federal government. The United States government pressured Twitter and other social media platforms to elevate certain content and suppress other content about COVID-19. Zweig claims that the documents showed that both the current and previous administrations directly pressed Twitter executives to moderate the platform's pandemic content according to their wishes. The Trump administration, he wrote, was concerned about suppressing messages about the runs on grocery stores that they feared would lead to panic buying in the early months of the pandemic. They held meetings with Twitter, Facebook, Google, Microsoft, and others, according to Zweig. The Biden administration was concerned about the vaccine-related information and the anti-vaxxer accounts, like the former New York Times reporter Alex Berenson. Documents reportedly show that the Biden administration was upset that Twitter was not doing more to take action against a number of accounts.
Well, look, I got another report here by the New York Post, out of all things. It says the CIA has been meddling in Twitter's internal content moderation for years, according to the latest dispatches from Elon Musk's Twitter files, which also reveals mountains of insistent moderation and demands from the Democratic National Committee, but not from the GOP.
Wow.
Two separate
Now you see-
threads. Go ahead.
Now you see, I'm sorry to cut you off, but you see all that type of information, all these about Twitters. There's so many different platforms that this information has been cut off from the general public. They pick and choose all kinds of different information, and they edited everything to whatever how they want to be benefit to them, right?
Right.
But when Trump lost the election and he started voicing his opinion, no, the election was stolen from me. He wasn't so much advocating or leading to the to something like how should I say this? There were more voters for Joe Biden than for Donald Trump. What he was saying was he was implying also was that there were different ways that they stole the election from him.
Absolutely.
Right.
And that's why they don't understand what that concept. They don't want to admit it. They do understand, but they don't want to admit to that.
And they had that whole hearing about this whole insurrection and about Donald Trump, whether or not he should be indicted for inciting this insurrection, about that they stole the election. At the same time that this stuff is coming out, that they did mess with the election. They did mess with people's thoughts of the president, because they suppressed the Hunter Biden laptop. They're suppressing the COVID information. They're suppressing what they want to be suppressed. And one of the things that Elon Musk also has been doing is getting rid of ex-FBI employees that were in Twitter, which is another thing, that there was a lot of employees at Twitter that were FBI or ex-FBI employees.
Which to me, it looks like they're plants.
Yeah, I have a New York Post here.
But before you read that post, right, I have something that it's kind of it's been bothering me in my mind. But I think this is my opinion and my opinion alone. And I do this to the Warlock all the time. If they were doing this with Twitter, right, Mr. Warlock?
Yeah.
And audience members, what does that go to show you?
That they can do this with everybody.
That they can they've been doing it to the news, the regular, before
everybody, yeah.
Before there was Twitter, before there was Facebook,
right?
There was NBC, ABC, CBS. They're doing that with Twitter. They were doing that with television as well.
And
they were doing that with publications as well.
And guess
they were going up to them. They were the powers that be. They were going up to them and telling them, "Hey, this is what you're gonna have to this is what we want you to broadcast.
Right.
This is what
right.
This is what I want. This is what you're gonna do. This is what I want you to say. You can do this. You can do that. So that has all Oh my God.
This been going on for a while.
You know.
Don't publish this article. Publish this. You, newsman, you can't say this. Say this.
Well, it's funny that you say that because it is post Christmas. Christmas was yesterday, right? So we were watching a lot of Christmas movies, and one of the Christmas movies I was watching is one of my favorites, which is Die Hard.
Right.
And in Die Hard is a very peculiar scene where one of the reporters is saying that there's something going on. There's a terrorist activity going on in this tower, and he's telling the news corporation, like, dude, there's a story breaking. I gotta go. And they don't want to do it. They're like, no, I don't want to report on this. No, he had to go to them and virtually say, whether you give me permission or not, or I'm gonna steal a freaking van if I have to go report this. This is the kind of shit that the reporters have to do. They have to like virtually steal it in order to report on something that's just breaking or whatever, right? So this is in movies, but I could only imagine, what the true reality is. How much reporters really have to fight to get some of their stories out there,
and how many reporters just cease being reporters.
I mean, you got that guy Jamal Khashoggi, he's rest in peace, because of the things that he reported.
No, rest in pieces.
Oh, God.
Because they chopped him up and put him in boxes. But this is what's going on. Like, if you're a reporter that supports the powers that be narrative, you become I always forget this lady, Oprah Winfrey's best friend. Gail King.
Yeah.
Because let me tell you something. She supports the narrative. She rises. She has her own show, and everybody agrees with it, and everybody loves. She's like the dog of the news world. This Gail King, what a genius she is!
Right.
It's her interview skills are great, right? And you can see how people change. Like, for example, Howard Stern. Howard Stern was America's scumbucket. He was the dredge of society.
Right.
Everybody hated him.
And he got arrested for doing his broadcast.
Yeah, he got fined. But then when he decided to like join the narrative, what a great interviewer Howard Stern is. What? Now he's on HBO. Now he's interviewing Bruce Springsteen. Oh, I love this guy.
Oh my God.
But he joined the narrative. That's why he's getting paid all these millions upon millions of dollars.
You know who else is part of that? Joining the narrative, Mr. Jimmy Kimmel, who also got to start doing shenanigans on the Man Show and all kinds of stupid skits and ridiculous things similar to this guy
Howard
Stern, and now join the narrative, and they elevate him all the way up.
But here's the clincher: Howard Stern has been, as of lately, been like, "Oh, I'm all for these people getting off Twitter. Kanye should not be on Twitter because what he says is anti-Semitic and this and that." Coming from the fucking guy who put a skit about 20 years ago about Margaret Schott talking about the niggas this and the niggas that.
That's right.
He would have never have been able to do that show with Margaret Schott, which was an impersonator, a comedian impersonating her. But now, what made him rise up to fame,
he's condemning. Right. So they're trying to burn the bridge that got them to fame.
Yeah, so that nobody else can reach them
Right.
to what.
Right.
Yo, this is.
You know that all these little information that we talk about this, it comes to a point that sometimes we have to leave it alone for one reason, because you can easily fucking excuse the language, you can easily like burst a blood vein of anger.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, you can really easily get a stroke. You know?
I mean, look at this guy, Alex Jones. This guy, Alex Jones, he says that on the radio show that he's had maybe 1 or 2 panic attacks in his life, and those panic attacks happen after he's been reading all this information from what's going on in the world, and him trying to explain this to people, and him seeing like he was warning of what's going on right now in the 90s, and him explaining this back then, and now seeing it occur, and he's like, like you hear it from his broadcast every time. He feels like his efforts have been like for nothing, because it's still going on. Like everything that he tried to stop from happening just kept going on, like business as usual, even though he has all these people that have all these followers, and he was there during the insurrection and the stops the steal and all that other stuff, and he's there doing the reports, and it's still not helping.
I mean, again,
now they got a kangaroo court on him for this lawsuits on the Sandy Hook stuff, which is more free speech things that it's
and
tough.
he said it. I made a mistake.
Right.
I thought that he really believed what he was saying was true. Now it comes out that it wasn't.
Well, not even that he thought he really believed it was true. He was just simply reporting on something that was going on in the conspiracy realm, the people like us that look and question things. This was a question that was being floated around in the interweb, in the internet. It was something that people were questioning, and he just happened to question it because other people were questioning it, because it was like a signal. He was like, maybe there's some truth to it, but he has since mentioned that
how much worse is how much worse is Alex Jones than Howard Stern?
Comparison to if you listen to the media, they say that Alex Jones is like the reason why our country is in shambles or something, or like
a guy like Howard Stern that had a whole segment, right? And you were there. We were riding in the car. Had a whole segment where he sent in a reporter into like this festival that they have within the gay community, gay men, where all they do is shove their whole arms up people's asses and them moaning on his radio program. And then now he's the doll. He's the doll. What a great interviewer this guy is.
And to bring somebody else on the same topic, to bring somebody another name into the topic, and this guy was right at the beginning when Michael Savage will say that's scumbag is the one of the most evil men in broadcasting, Howard Stern. And he will make reference of this guy back, years ago when he was on the spotlight, when he was running his own radio show.
Right.
I will be like, dang, those are harsh words. and you know what? The guy was fucking right. The guy was completely right on stating that type of opinion on that. That dude is a scumbag.
Yeah, Howard Stern is,
That's a sewage rat of the world.
And what makes him more a sewage rat, in my opinion, because I used to like the guy.
Yeah, I mean,
a lot
of us.
I used to like find his shit funny because he was going against the grain.
I mean, for Christ's sake, he had a contest on the world's smallest penis where he had people trying to show off their micro penises.
No, and then he also like he was doing what was forbidden as far as freedom of speech goes.
Right.
Fart man. He
right. He spit in the face of the FCC.
Yeah.
And gave
now,
birth to what we're on now, which is the internet platform where we can now say, or we were with the ability to say all the things that he was saying on the radio.
But you know why he's now on the other side?
Why? Because of the money, probably.
No, it's very simple. He went from a radio personality, right, to saying he thought about it. He said, radio is on his way out.
Right.
Technology is so that radio listenership is on the way out because now here's this thing called XM radio.
Satellite radio.
Yeah, satellite radio, which to me, and I know he thought about this, there's only two companies, Sirius XM and XM radio. One of these guys are going to prevail. And then one will be left standing, right? He chose which one of those was going to be, right? To his amazement, one bought the other out. They merged. And now he is on a platform where he can say whatever the fuck he wants.
Right.
And getting paid huge dividends and money. And now he is seeing that what he saw as far as radio is coming to light. Radio broadcasts have been going under for years now.
Right.
Radio stations are going to be something of the way of the dinosaur.
Right.
So,
I mean, I've tried listening to, have you tried actually listening to the radio recently? Like, there's a very few stations that exist.
I go to, what do? I go to, and here we go.
What happened?
I just got banned from TikTok.
You got banned on TikTok?
Here we go. Hateful behavior.
What?
Your live access was suspended for violating our hateful behavior policy. We don't allow content that attacks and threatens and incites violence against or dehumanizes individual or group-based protected attributes. Includes slurs. Oh, I said the bad word, the N-word.
Oh, you said it. That's what happened.
Unless the terms reappropriated, use self, refrenity, whatever that means, or aren't disparaging, praises or promotes hateful ideology. So let's see.
Well, you were quoting a show.
I was quoting a show. Exactly. Do I disagree? Do you agree? No, I don't. But going, I just got
we just got banned again, folks.
From TikTok. And most likely this is the third strike. I don't know if there's a 3 strikes you're out rule on TikTok. But anyway, where I was headed with this, with Howard Stern, right? He saw the future. He saw radio stations were going down. And now he's seeing the future again. He's seeing that podcasting is the new norm.
Right.
And this might threaten his investment. Why?
Well, it is in threatening his investment.
Absolutely. A lot of podcasts are free.
Right.
Everybody's a podcaster now.
Right. Like ours.
So what does that tell you? That people are not going to be purchasing XM radio anymore because they can get this for free on YouTube.
Right.
So now he joins the bandwagon, and most likely he's invested into what just happened to us right now.
Wow.
So,
But guys, I am sorry I have to I'm on my beginning shift to do things. So I have to let you guys go.
No.
Warlock, stay safe out there.
We really appreciate you.
And for the next time, we have a theme song for you. Already, it's gonna be the Eagles, Hotel California.
Okay. Well, you know how I like to leave you guys with a little how it goes. The saying goes, food for thought. Right?
Yes.
I'm gonna leave you with this. Did you know that it takes if you were to count $1 trillion, from 1 to 1 trillion, through the process, like 1 billion, 100 million, and so on and so on, it would take you over 37,000 years.
Oh my God!
What
to count up to?
Hey, and if you were to stack $1 billion in $100 bills. Now this part, I don't believe it. It is. You can Google this. Google this, by the way. But if you were to stack $1 billion in $100 bills, it is said that it will go as high as over 600 miles high.
Oh my God! And it's funny you bring that up because our GDP right now is at 30 trillion.
Yeah.
At $30 trillion. But get this, Warlock. Guess how many years it would take for us to pay that GDP back if we paid from this point on $1 million a day towards that debt? How many years would it take us?
About 10,000 years.
It says 2,736 years at $1 million a day to pay that debt.
Well, on top of that, we discovered that not only do we have $31 trillion in national debt, but we also have an additional
Warlock. I'm going to say goodbye. I'm going to go use the facilities, and I leave you with Pablo.
I'll let you guys go too.
All right.
We'll keep in touch. Okay. Bye-bye.
Alrighty.
I'll be right back.
And with that, we'll go into our next break.
The Illuminati, people say, is a troll.
It's not a troll.
What?
Well, it's based on like a factual organization, the Bavarian Illuminati. It's like it's a branch of the Freemasons.
Yeah.
And the Masons have all kinds of weird fucking like signals they send to each other to let them know what's going on. Like baseball.
Baseball's a troll.
Well, baseball's not a troll. I'm just saying
It's never an exciting sport. Everyone just thought it was exciting.
Everybody thinks they're playing baseball. They're really just sending Masonic signals.
What were
Dumb Republicans. Dumb Republicans. Jesus Christ. Dumb Republicans. Dumb Republicans. Jesus Christ. Dumb Republicans. Dumb Republicans. Mating, oh, you dummies. Mating, no, you dummies. Dumb Republicans. Jesus Christ.
With the snake hose.
A couple of painful
porno.
deaths,
I
just
mean,
so I could
I've
bring
never
him back
seen
to
it,
life
but
again.
Lizard's close enough. This is my next door neighbor, Sharon. She didn't know I was filming her. She also didn't know I had my
He
hose
kept
naked.
saying stuff on the way
If
over.
your
Yeah,
hose-
I know. Shut up. I'm trying to work on it. It's kind of focus brain a little
Cordian.
bit here.
You know, we really wanted to name it the snake. Cordian. You know, we really
Can I
wanted
get
to
an
name it the
upgrade
snake
when you're
hose.
done?
but
No,
that's the
shut
title
up. Hold
of
on. I'm
the
working.
porno.
Don't talk to
I
me
mean,
while I'm doing.
What the heck happened to multiple voices coming through here?
Oh, I thought that's the way I thought it was like that was the way the
I thought so
audio
too.
was.
I thought so too, but it seemed like there was multiple
Well,
audio.
remember when the warlock was on, there was something that came up that you lowered, but you didn't stop.
Ah, yes, that's right. So that's what it was.
Now, what I'm wondering on YouTube is, did we put that in place that the first 30 minutes and it slides?
Not yet. Not yet.
Damn.
That will be unveiling to our fans January 1st and January 2nd in our next cast.
Oh, but we were banned on TikTok, not on YouTube.
On TikTok, not on YouTube. And that will be done post. Well, for those of you who are listening, we're gonna be unveiling a pretty cool new feature to our YouTube. We're gonna be first of all, to avoid from being banned on YouTube. What we're gonna do is we're gonna implement a rule in this cast where the first 30 minutes are gonna be completely controversy free. We're going to try to be, within the parameters of what YouTube wants us to be, and then from there we're just going to go off the handle and go really deep into some of our topics like we do on a normal basis. So that will be available to everybody on thepyramidshop.com. And for those of you who are listening, the pyramidshop.com just underwent a facelift. So let me just pull it up here. For those of you who are just listening, I'll pull it up here. Oh, and just to finish it out, the Warlock has stated, if you stack $100 bills totaling $1 trillion on top of each other, the stack will be 631 miles high.
Wow.
And with that being said, let's go to the pyramidshop.com, where you're going to see our new website, where you see right here, here's our cast here. The live stream on Mondays always. You can watch the cast right here. As you can see, we're here live. That being said, you also have our coffees. Here's our supplements here. The Optimal, which you see it here, but we also have it in the studio, which is the multivitamin. We got the Fortify, the Brain Boost, the Leo, which is lion's mane mushroom, the Fortify, which is vitamin K2 and D3. Little information about why supplements, because they fortify your body. Vitamins and minerals are essential to helping your body develop and function as it should. Most people cannot get all of what's recommended by. Oh, what was? What were you?
That was on Instagram. You see, Instagram, you can say whatever you want, but yeah, our stuff is like
I don't. That was. What are you following on Instagram?
probably some crazy. My cousins are always putting some crazy stuff.
Oh, so going back, so vitamins and minerals are essential to helping your body develop and function as it should. Most people cannot get all of what's recommended by eating healthy, so our diets need a little extra nutrient boost. That's where supplements come in, providing you with the support your body needs to stay healthy. And this is why we provide these supplements, because they help us and they help our customers or our listeners, our potential Wellepus and our Bobolongos and our Verdugals. So if you want to support the cast, go to thepyramidshop.com. I hope you like the new aesthetic. And if you have any comments, questions, criticisms, please let me know. And you can do that by going over, you can either scroll down to the bottom here and you can share your stories, or you can go to contact right here and it'll lead you to this contact prompt here where you can put in your comment, question, criticism, what have you, and we'll read every comment that comes through. So we appreciate all those that are joining us live here on the cast. And so going back quickly to the quatrain, it says here the quatrain for the year to ahead is: the king will want to enter the new city.
Show it on the screen.
The king will want to enter the new city. For a long time, the lands will be inhabited in peace. While the fortress falls, the great leader will succumb, drinking by force the waters poisoned by sulfur. Now, there's a lot of things that this makes me think of. First of all, I was thinking the king will enter the new city. Thinking you got the king of England, you got Taiwan. I'm thinking there's a new city is what maybe could be the reference point here.
Maybe the king is Xi Jinping.
That could also be, because he was elected supposedly for a third term, which is not something that is the Chinese government has done before. So this is going and extending.
And he just sent a whole bunch of arsenal Taiwan's way.
Right. So you have that. And then it says, for a long time, the lands will be inhabited in peace, which had me thinking about, it could be Xi Jinping, but I don't think so, or it could be Taiwan. Maybe Taiwan's lands were inhabited in peace, maybe.
Well, technically, if you look at it, China's in peace.
Not really.
A forced peace.
No, that's not peace. They're not in peace.
To the communist government.
To
Xi Jinping, they're in peace.
I don't even think he can. I don't even think he thinks that they're in peace, because you have to think about it like this: like he is aware of the protesting that's going on. That Chinese people, if you know Chinese people, they're the most obedient people I've ever met in my life. To the extent of how they treat their parents and their elders, to how they treat their government, it all aligns. And
so right
for them
now,
to protest.
So right now, if you think, do you believe if I was able to get my hands on Xi Jinping's number and I ask him, Mr. Ping,
Is China in peace right now? What would he say?
I don't think so. He would say, well, because he would say that China is not in peace and that they have a mission. Do you know China's mission, by the way? By any chance, do you know what they tell their people?
What their end goal is?
Yeah, like because everyone is needs to be educated in China on their stated goals.
I
And-
would say what they're saying is everybody is the same. Everybody shall have equal income.
No, that's not what they're saying at all.
No,
no,
that's what communism is.
No, not even close. You want to get another shot?
If I'm Xi Jinping and I'm telling my people what is my goal,
yeah.
Well, you got me there, because if he's not saying we're all gonna there will be no hunger, there will be everybody's gonna partake of the same pie, equality, no differences between the populace. What else can it be?
So that's that is not at all what they purport. What Xi Jinping makes everyone study and learn is the national humiliation narrative, which is that they went through. It says here in his speech announcing the founding of the People's Republic of
You gotta
China.
blow that up so that I can see.
Okay, hold on. Bear with me. Uh-oh. Hold on. Bear with me here. Better?
A little bit more.
Hold on.
Okay, I think I. And all right, you can leave it as is.
I'm experiencing some issues with the keyboard here, but
in his speech announcing the founding of People's Republic of China, the PRC, on October 1st, 1949, Chinese Communist Party, the CCP, Chairman Mao Zedong famously proclaimed, "Ours will no longer be a nation subject to insult and humiliation. We have stood up." With those words, Mao explained that a new era had begun for China under CCP leadership. To those unfamiliar with Chinese history, such a proclamation may seem confusing. Didn't China have 5,000 years of glorious and storied history? What did China have to be insulted, humiliated about? To whom was China standing up? And you take it from there.
okay. So just to give you an idea of what's going on here. So Xi Jinping, what he's telling the population in China isn't, oh, communism is great, we need to share and and do no. He's not saying any of that. What he's saying is guys, wake up. China is the laughing stock of the world. We are the before this industrial revolution that they've risen to be the world's manufacturer. They were saying like they've had a century of humiliation. From their perspective, every country has been shitting on China. And the time where China
he's talking about on an international level.
Yeah.
Everybody has been making fun of us.
The Chinese.
Yeah.
It says if you go here, they call it the century of humiliation. The span of history between the start of the First Opium War in 1839 and the PRC's founding at the conclusion of the Chinese Civil War in 1949 was an era during which the people of the China experienced tremendous social upheaval due to both domestic and foreign factors. The rest of this essay discusses ways that the official narrative regarding the century of humiliation continues to be used by the CCP to validate its own political legitimacy to inform the domestic and foreign policy decisions. Over the past decade, the CCP has redefined a highly nationalistic historical narrative that emphasizes past injustices inflicted by foreign powers on China. It has used this interpretation to justify severe responses to foreign actions that it perceives as a blatant violations of its sovereignty, threats to its territorial integrity, or insults to the Chinese people.
So what he initially is saying is, we're not a pushover anymore.
Right. Now they have what they call, I'm going to see if I can get a good century explanation on the century of humiliation.
Because I agree with what I just read before. China has a very appealing history past, very glorious with their emperors and 500 years of
So what they say
story
here,
past. I mean,
it says here, Chinese nationalists. Oh, let me put it up here. It says Chinese nationalists in 1920s and the 1930s dated a century of humiliation to the mid 19th century on the eve of the First Opium War. Amidst the dramatic political unraveling of King China that followed, um, King China that followed, defeats by foreign powers cited as part of the century of humiliation include the following: Western trade in opium to China in the 1800s, the defeat in the First Opium War in 1839 to 1842, the unequal treaty
by the British, right?
All right, by the British and the occupation of Hong Kong, the unequal treaties in particular Nanjing, Whampoa, Aigun, and Shimonoseki, defeat in the Second Opium War, 1856 and 1860, and the sacking of and looting of the old Summer Palace by the Anglo-French forces, the signing of the unequal treaties of the Aigun in 1858 and Peking in 1860 during the Second Opium War, which ceded Outer Manchuria to Russia. The partial defeat during the Sino-French War in 1884 to 1885, which resulted in losing suzerainty over Vietnam and influence in the Indo-Chinese peninsula. Defeat in the First Sino-Japanese War by Japan, which resulted in the Japanese colonization of Taiwan, and the suzerainty. What does this mean?
Suzerainty.
Let's see.
Suzerainty
Is the power or domain of suzerain.
Okay, that said a lot.
It's the it's the rights and obligations of a person, state, or polity who controls the foreign policy and relations of a tributary state, while allowing the tributary state to have internal autonomy. Oh, so basically, it's like what we have with the Dominican Republic, kind of like a Commonwealth thing, where like the Dominican Republic, it's its own separate entity that governs itself, but it's still somehow attached to the United States.
No, I mean, you mean Puerto Rico.
Well, not in the certain, not in, well, maybe in Puerto Rico, but I'm thinking like in terms of like how like they have a relationship between the two countries.
Oh
and
yeah, we
whereby-
have a relationship with the United States, but don't get it twisted. We are totally independent.
Yeah, exactly. Like they're totally independent. Like Vietnam is its own country. But I guess that's what suzerainty. How do you
Suzerainty.
Oh,
right?
hold on. Did they?
Suzerainty.
Suzerainty. So it looks like it has rights and obligations of a person, state, or other polity who controls the foreign policy and relations. So right. So the United States. Do you think they control the foreign policy and relations of DR?
I sincerely doubt that.
I thought they had a bigger stake, but in any case,
at one point they did, but we put a kibosh on that.
Well, they definitely have that with Puerto Rico. So that's
Puerto Rico is a colony,
right? It's not technically a
it's
state.
not a state, but they are what we call a commonwealth.
Right. So I think that's what suzerainty. How does he say that? Suzerainty. I think that's what it refers to. So,
but in any case, their gripe is
that
they have 100 years
of them losing war after war
and getting land annexed against them, and
the Treaty of Versailles, in which German territory in China was handed over to Japan, the Japanese invasion of
they've been
Manchuria.
bullied around.
So this is what they drill into the nation. They keep telling them that, we've been losing battle after battle after battle. We've been humiliated time and time again. And their thing is, what they're doing is they're telling them this because what they're setting them up is we're going to now be the next world superpower like we always were, like we're always meant to be, right? So
in
order for them to do this, right, there's sacrifices that need to be done for the people of today, because this is a multi-generational achievement. This is not going to happen overnight, and they're playing the long game here. And I think they started this plan by 1945, and their goal from 1945, they were thinking 2030. By 2030, they were thinking, okay, we're going to be the world's next superpower by 2030. And right now we're in 2022, and they're as close as they ever been to being the world superpower. And how did they do that? They did it by getting all their countries to outsource their manufacturing to China. They did it by investing into a lot of American companies, which now China has a major stakeholder in majority of the American companies. And then you have, like, for example, Nike is completely connected to China. Without China's infrastructure and everything that China provides, Nike would not exist.
Even the NBA.
The NBA, Apple is another one that is completely connected to the Chinese government. So
Microsoft, well.
They're all made right there in China. And they did this strategically to bring everybody's manufacturing into China. Then they had this other plan, which is the Belt and Road Initiative, which is to basically, provide infrastructure to third world countries and stuff like that, which ultimately turns into them exploiting some of these countries, giving them money, right? But what it is really debt. And that's the third part of what they've been doing is United States if we look, a lot of our debt is to China. A good portion of our debt is to China. So all these things, the Chinese people have been aware that this is the plan, and they are realize that they've been drilled into their minds that this is not a plan for tomorrow or for even maybe your kids. This is a multi-generational plan that's going to take many, many years to undo. But the ultimate goal is to have China be once again the world superpower.
So through low and slow,
right,
they are achieving the ultimate goal is to be number one.
Right. And they're feeding their population this
narrative
of you should feel humiliated. We've been humiliated for a century. This is the century of humiliation that we've been enduring. You should feel ashamed. And if you know anything about the Chinese culture, shame is very, very big, and how they get them to do anything. They use shame as a blackmail kind of tool.
I think Asia as a whole
thinks of things like that.
And shame, like in Japan, you get shamed.
Oh, forget it.
You get seppuku.
Right. So
harakiri, you stick your dagger and you kill yourself in a certain way.
Right. So yeah, that's what's going on over there.
This is very manipulative.
Uh-oh.
Voy a dar
Outstanding.
Voy a dar pau pau.
Pow, 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 pow. Manipulative,
right,
to their citizens. But you know what? That might have been a foolproof plan. But the fact that there's the internet and so much things, so much communication, it might not be as powerful as they might want it to be. Because you got to realize China also controls the internet over there. So
yeah, so there's a lot of things that's going on over there, and for we gotta understand that what's going on over there is a totally different mentality, and what they're teaching their people. This is why they're behind them in a lot of the things, because they are believing that the whole world just treats them like their dumping ground. I'm pretty sure Russia has the same narrative, because if we look at history from these countries' perspective, the United States has been shitting on Russia for quite some time, and on China for quite some time. So it's only our efforts or our actions that have been pushing those two countries closer together, and now we're facing the brink of the new world order, which is the Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa world order, which
that consortium of countries,
right,
that has just I never heard of it until today, which is kind of scary, but quite fascinating stuff. But we're at hour 4 hours and 39,
and we
digress because we were supposed to clear the Trello and we didn't even make a dent on it.
Nope.
But we must say adieu.
Yes, and one of the things I wanted to mention, being that we're trying to do our best to clear out the Trello, I had a topic here that I think we can knock out pretty quickly, which is millennials are moving back in with their parents to afford rent. Have you known?
That's old news.
That's old news. Well,
that's happening every day since like 2015.
Well, apparently it says here, this is Business Insider, It says, it looks like some millennials may be stuck living with their parents forever.
That's where because the initial plan was to move back with mommy and daddy, and fortify yourself a little bit, make some savings, and then move on. But it looks like that's not going that way. It's looked like they're staying.
Yeah, so it says here in 2020, millions of young Americans moved home to ride out the pandemic, while some moved out in 2021. As COVID restrictions eased, many have moved right back home again over the past year. That is according to a new propertymanagement.com survey of 1,200 Americans between the ages of 26 and 41, the millennial generation. According to Pew Research, nearly 1 in 4 millennials said that they were living with their parents as of December 1st, and half of them moved in over the past year. 51% of millennials surveyed said that saving money was among the key reasons they made the move, while 39% said they couldn't afford rent. Until I see rent become a reasonable price, which honestly I'm not convinced is ever going to go down, I plan on living at home. The 28-year-old Sojourner White, who moved home in 2020 and hasn't left, previously told Insider. While rents are beginning to fall in some cities, they remain an obstacle for many millennials. 15% of their renters surveyed, for instance, said that they spend more than half of their after tax income on rent. These housing costs come at an inflation as inflation continues to outpace wage increases for most workers, leading many to take on credit card debt to meet expenses, which is exactly what the United States government does. So how are we, the citizens, going to be any different? It's left many millennials to conclude moving in with their parents is the best option. 31% of 25 to 29-year-olds were living in the multi-generational households as of October 2021, which is the stated thing that this guy Klaus Schwab had predicted, that this is going to be the future. Multi-generational houses is going to be here to stay, and this is going to
Now
be
where is the kibosh on that millennial plan? Because what their plan is, I'll move back in with my parents, I'll save a little bit, get my place, and move out. But the way the economy is structured is that the millennial moves back home. They're not gonna be riding on the curtails of their mom and daddy. Now mom and daddy says, I hate to tell you this, but you're back home. You gotta help me with the goddamn bills. You gotta give me something. That something that they're giving their parents, it's more than what they anticipated.
Right.
So it's actually becoming rent.
Right.
So now they're living at home with their parents, helping their parents out with their bills, which initially becomes their rent. They can't save as much as they would like to. So it ends up that the millennial doesn't move, and now he becomes a resident, or stable, well, not stable, but a permanent residence with their mom and dad.
And it says here, but even if these millennials eventually move out, some may find themselves living at home again soon. That's because as their parents age, they might decide to move home to care for them and to help them avoid some of the steep cost of elder care. 31% of millennials said caring for their parents was a factor in their decision to move home. as the boomer generation ages, even more millennials may find themselves making the same choice. But for now, with the recession looming the next year, which we're already in a recession, even more millennials faced with job losses and rising costs could make the decision to move home. But the transition might not be easy for everyone. So that's just something that's going on. A lot of people, a lot of millennials are moving back home, and it was on the Trello. I wanted to get rid of it, and yeah, I think it was important to mention because not a lot of people know this, but yeah, a lot of millennials are staying home, and all what you were saying before, like the saving and all that other stuff is part of it. But I think the biggest thing is that the reason people are moving back home is a bigger thing. It's simply because we cannot afford it. The rents are going higher and higher, and
Yeah,
it's just
that's a huge part of it.
it's unaffordable because obviously the debt that the US gets, well, who has to pay for that? The citizens, right? So we're paying for it, and our salaries aren't increasing. In fact, they're getting more minuscule because it's uh, being affected by inflation, which means that our dollar is not going as far as it could, and therefore you have the added pressure of like, yeah, you think you can go back home and ride, scot free, which you're gonna have to pay something. So that's part one. But part two is that the what you're paying for is getting devalued little by little, and if you are with your parents, there's a lot of you know I believe that those parents actually might be grateful that you're in their home because of the economic problems that they themselves are facing,
Absolutely.
especially as they're getting older. And you know it's very plausible that even their parents haven't been making more money.
Which comes back to what I was saying before. Tribe mentality.
That's what Michael Rupert had stated also, that we're gonna have to be coming back to a more multi-generational home, more local, and we're gonna have to figure out ways how to live off the land together as a tribe.
There was a time in the day when everybody wanted their own apartments, everybody was independent, everybody was like in their own little condo or whatever. But as the money, American money, begins to fail and it's not stretching as far anymore, and then you add the pandemic to it, people are moving back in with the intention of saying, yeah, I'll get my place after I've heard it from many of my writers. But what happens when they move back home? They find out, shit, my parents were struggling all along, and they were not telling me.
That's another aspect.
They were not telling me. So now that I'm back home, they're asking me, well, you're here, can you help us out with the bills? Like, I'm not going to ask you to pay the same nut that you were paying when you were at your own apartment, but we need help.
Right.
So now you're helping your parents, but that's cutting into your plan, which was to save, so it's a vicious cycle. But in the end, I believe you're lucky if you have parents to move in back into, period.
Right.
Because what I find out now is that while we consider an American household, now what an American household is, couples have employed, like, living with each other.
You can have 3 couples living in an apartment.
Oh my goodness.
You know,
I've seen that too.
all of them sharing a room, and they pay for their room. They're 3 couples, and they're shared living spaces, like the living room, the kitchen, which in the end becomes their own tribe.
Right.
It's the only way we can survive.
Well, I was just quickly looking up from 1980. This is the national debt in 1980. The 2000 to now to 2020. Right? We have, let's see, this is in trillions of dollars. Oh, it was further than that because we're at the 30 trillion. So it's even further than that because it's not even hitting 18 in this chart. So this is 2010. So from 1980 to 2010, the debt was slowly increasing until you hit 2001. And then look at the debt. Whoop. And that was the goal of Osama bin Laden. He wanted to fuck up the American economy.
Which is
Boom.
why 2011, 9/11 happened.
Right.
2001.
So now you say to yourself, okay, if you move out here, right, and you're thinking I'm going to be able to save, but meanwhile the country is in more debt, which therefore means there's more inflation. As time goes on, let's look at the inflation chart. I'm going to look this up real quick, but you can clearly see that in this chart here, it's hard. How can you expect to be able to afford more, even if you do move in with your parents, if the United States' debt is increasing more than what we could pay for it,
but not only
as a whole, let alone as an individual.
Now, another problem that's compounding this
Mhm.
is if you look at 2000,
Oh, okay.
right? You're looking at 1980,
Mhm.
right? I believe a lot of that has to deal with this problem is that there's a lot of bills that we are now paying for that we didn't have to pay for in 1980.
Mm.
In 1980, guess what? A phone was optional. Not everybody had a phone. You would go to your neighbor, yo, can I make a phone call?
Right.
Or you had a pocket full of change, you used the payphone outside.
Right, exactly.
That was optional. As we start to progress into our future, 2005, like at about 2000, right? Between 95 and 2000, people started saying, you know what? I don't need a landline. Why am I going to pay a landline and a cell phone?
Right.
So when my uncle came up with that, I was like, you're going to get rid of your landline? To me, that sounded so ridiculous. But it made sense.
Right.
So now you're attached at the hip with your cell phone. That's a bill. Cable, that's a bill. Internet, that's a bill. So things that we enjoyed for free are not free anymore.
Right.
And we're paying a lot now. Not only are we attached to the hip with that, now there's another nasty little critter. This automated payment.
Yes.
That's a nasty little critter.
Because
time happens and they will go, and before you know it, you're gonna go get something to eat. Sorry, your card declined. What? It's the holidays. Your bill came in early, and now you're screwed. Now you're backtracking. So there's a lot of little nasty little animals that, with this automatic payment, all these subscriptions, everything is a subscription now.
Now check this out. The inflation rate from 1990 to 2022. So it looks like it was in the range between under 6% to around over 2%. The only time it dipped under 2% was around 98 and 02, and this was 09. And so it looks like maybe 4 years it had dipped under 2%, but it's been around 2%. And then in 2022, the inflation rate jumped from last year, which was at 4%, jumped to 8.3%. So imagine how much less we're able to buy in just the course of a year.
Yeah, I mean, things are not.
So that's
when I hear my mom complain, and my mom doesn't complain, things are bad.
Yeah. So yeah, we're heading into 2023 with a lot of question marks, and we got to fight against this this cabal of this equilibrium totalitarian regime, this dystopia.
We gotta rage against the machine.
Yes, we gotta rage against the machine. So with that said, we're getting into our 5th hour here.
We have to wind this down.
We try to get through to all our topics, but it's just the nature of the cast. To discuss anything, it takes some time to get our full thought out there. So,
and again, we're still tweaking our skills as podcasters,
right?
We're not by any stretch of the imagination at Joe Rogan level.
No, but we're only at 29 episodes in, and you know what? If you look at
learn how to condense these shows and be more concise.
But you know what? We say that, but throughout the entirety of Joe Rogan's podcast, right? Until recently, people kept telling him, "Oh, it's too long. Oh, it's too long. Oh, it's too long." And he's just like, "I don't care. I'm just gonna make the podcast that I want to do. If it's interesting to me, it's interesting to me." So, and turns out that he was right. People do like the long form podcast. And even in a time where people were more watching quick videos on Instagram, and they did this whole Quibi thing where 15-minute videos or whatever, it goes to show that even 3-hour videos or podcasts get listened to. And Joe Rogan does not just one, but he does at least 3-hour shows a week, 3 or 4.
Wow.
A week. So us doing 5 hours, we're still doing less hours total than Joe Rogan.
No, absolutely.
So
but I'm just saying that
in terms of like what we provide, and we're basically doing a week's worth of Joe Rogan's podcast condensed in one day. In other words,
right.
So it's not an easy thing to compare to, because we're not just having one guest. We're doing a myriad of topics that in itself, one topic could be 3 hours. I mean, that's what Joe Rogan does.
Alone.
That's a Joe Rogan show. It's one topic. What are you here for? And they dive into that topic for 3 hours. We got all the topics that are going on in the world simultaneously, and we're trying to find what's true, what's not true, what's real.
Trello is just growing and growing and growing.
Yeah.
But with that said, we have to cut this podcast. You got to work tomorrow.
Yep.
And so do our listeners. And so I'm debating on going to work tomorrow, but guys, I just want to say I'll see you on the other side. We'll see each other Monday the 1st, right?
Yes, Monday no, it'll be
Monday the 2nd.
I believe it's the 2nd. Yes, Monday the 2nd.
We'll see you Monday the 2nd. I want to wish everybody a happy, prosperous, safe new year. Let's I would say let's enjoy our families and our parties and whatever it is that you guys have in mind for your New Year's Eve. I'm probably gonna I think I'm gonna work on New Year's Eve. See if I can capitalize whether if weather holds up, I probably
Why
gonna
the
work.
fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
I'm gonna try to work, is what I'm saying. Trying to capitalize on whatever people going to work. It's gonna sound ridiculous. Let me get my thoughts together. I'm gonna try to work on New Year's Eve to capitalize on people going to their parties and so on and so forth. But I just want to wish everybody Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Let's bring this new year in a positive note. And let's hope that situations get better. And they will get better. We got to put that out in the world. Things are going to get better. As impossible as it may seem, things are going to get better. Let's put that out in the universe and let's try to manifest a better future for our children, grandchildren, and Happy New Year, folks. And I hope that God willing, we'll see each other on the other side in 2023. Because if you think 2022 was an interesting year,
we got a crazy one coming up.
Oh man,
because we're at the heels of an election coming soon. So
oh yeah, it's gonna be very interesting.
So we appreciate everyone, and I am the Thunderbolt, Mr. Pablo Morado.
Are we gonna have a good year or a bad year? Tails good, heads not. Damn, it's a double-headed coin.
Well, we can ask our Guandolito.
Yes.
Are we gonna have a good year in 2023? Let's see. Of course. All right.
All right. Guandolito came
All
through.
Right. Well, we appreciate everyone, and to everyone, have a great night.
Peace.
Lucy. Lucy.
What was that? You fucked up. Now you need a bow bow. Bow.
If I were the Prince of Darkness, I'd want to engulf the whole world in darkness, and I'd have a third of its real estate and 4/5 of its population, but I wouldn't be happy until I had seized the ripest apple on the tree. So I'd set about, however necessary, to take over the United States. I'd subvert the churches first. I'd begin with a campaign of whispers. With the wisdom of a serpent, I would whisper to you as I whispered to Eve, do as you please. To the young, I would whisper that the Bible is a myth. I would convince them that man created God instead of the other way around. I would confide that what's bad is good and what's good is square. And the old, I would teach to pray after me, Our Father, which art in Washington. And then I'd get organized. I'd educate authors in how to make lurid literature exciting so that anything else would appear dull and uninteresting. I'd threaten TV with dirtier movies and vice versa. I'd peddle narcotics to whom I could. I'd sell alcohol to ladies and gentlemen of distinction. I'd tranquilize the rest with pills. If I were the devil, I'd soon have families at war with themselves, churches at war with themselves, and nations at war with themselves, until each in its turn was consumed. And with promises of higher ratings, I'd have mesmerizing media fanning the flames. If I were the devil, I would encourage schools to refine young intellects, but neglect to discipline emotions. Just let those run wild. Until before you knew it, you'd have to have drug-sniffing dogs and metal detectors at every schoolhouse door. Within a decade, I'd have prisons overflowing. I'd have judges promoting pornography. Soon I could evict God from the courthouse, then from the schoolhouse, and then from the houses of Congress. And in his own churches, I would substitute psychology for religion and deify science. I would lure priests and pastors into misusing boys and girls and church money. If I were the devil, I'd make the symbol of Easter an egg and the symbol of Christmas a bottle. If I were the devil, I'd take from those who have and give to those who want it until I had killed the incentive of the ambitious. What'll you bet? I couldn't get whole states to promote gambling as the way to get rich. I would caution against extremes in hard work, in patriotism, in moral conduct. I would convince the young that marriage is old-fashioned, that swinging is more fun, that what you see on TV is the way to be. And thus I could undress you in public, and I could lure you into bed with diseases for which there is no cure. In other words, if I were the devil, I'd just keep right on doing what he's doing. Paul Harvey. Good day.